exciting for me. I was in the middle of doing some concrete and I thought, it'll only be a little, it'd be fine. All of a sudden it came just a little more than I expected. Well, I'd already mixed up my concrete. So it was, as you said, Ben, it was an exciting time, yes.
Well, I've got 6 o'clock, so welcome to the joint meeting of the Cotati City Council and the successor agency to the former Cotati Community Redevelopment Agency for Tuesday, September 28, 2021. Ms. Burgess, if you kindly give us a roll call.
Councilmember Harvey.
Here.
Councilmember Sparks.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Here.
Mayor Moore.
Present. Thank you very much. And now if you would all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. And Mr. Obed, if you would kindly introduce our staff tonight.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and attendees. So I have myself, Damien Obed, City Manager. We have John Walker, the City Attorney, here tonight, as well as our department heads. So Michael Parrish, our Chief of Police, Noah Hausch, our Community Development Director, Angela Corder, our Administrative Services Director, Craig Scott, our Public Works Director, and of course, Lauren Burgess, our City Clerk, and then also Joel Galbraith, the Senior Planner, is with us tonight.
Thank you. Are you in a position where you could introduce our panelists as well?
In terms of non-recurring panelists, I don't actually know all of them, but I know some of them are presenting for some of the items tonight in the public hearing.
Okay, well, welcome all, and thank you very much. Now I would be looking for approval of minutes for the Cotati City Council regular meeting of September 14th, 2021.
So moved.
Second, this Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you would kindly do roll call again.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Now we'll move on to announcements. I keep trying to get somebody else to read these for me, but they're not cooperating, so I guess I'll go ahead and read these. Meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items where the City Council will consider the item and citizens are afforded the opportunity to provide comments relevant to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens business item, which is a designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. The City Council may or may not choose to respond to comments as the government code allows. However, if the City Council declines to respond, it should not be perceived as giving credence to or agreeing with any statements that the City Council or its members believe are incorrect, misinformed, or purposefully biased. Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotaticity.org. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or emails are encouraged to sign up with Nixle by downloading the mobile app from the iOS or Android App Store or by texting your zip code to 888-777. Like always, we'd love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or info@cotaticity.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, Nixle, and Nextdoor. And now I would be looking for the approval of the final agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. One proposed change under public hearings. I recommend that we reorder public hearings. So we have the Sando warehouse first, followed by the objective design standards second, just because there's a relatively large, I think, team of people for that development project. So get them out of there.
I don't have that. So 10B would become A.
Correct. 10B would become A, and 10A would.
A would become B. And do we have a lot of participants here regarding the Aloha Beach Volleyball Club license?
We have the proposed licensee, I believe. Is it?
I wonder if it would be appropriate to take that item out of the schedule, out of the agenda.
I believe that he actually had some commitments, Little League commitments or something up front, so he might be coming in a little bit later.
Okay.
So I would recommend we just leave it where it is for now.
Okay. Well, I considered it, so thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would be looking for, I'm sorry. Now we move on to citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar or any matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda during this period. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2021-01, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. We'll now open it up for citizens' business.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight, please use your raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment. Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. We will now move on to the consent calendar unless anybody
Mayor
has it.
Moore, I apologize. We do have a late hand.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead.
Marjorie Crump Shears, go ahead.
Hello, Lauren, thank you for for seeing my very last minute raised hand. I appreciate that. Good evening. First, let me say thank you to our city council and especially to council members Sparks and oh my gosh, I'm blanking on your partner's name with the committee. Help.
Councilmember Harvey.
Harvey, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. And my apologies. Thank you for the excellently run community meeting that we had. It was attended well. We were encouraged to share at every opportunity. Both leaders listened with respect. The meeting was well organized and it was lovely to have snacks. I have to say thank you. We sat comfortably at tables under a tent. It was one of those days. And I'm glad I went, and I'm really looking forward to the follow-up to that meeting. That's the first area. The second area I have is a question. I received from, and this is something that many of you may have seen. It was published in the PD, but I got an e-edition. Hate crimes surge in Sonoma County, and it is alarming with what's happening. And I have a question about what's going on with our Cotati police situation. There was not information in Friday's community voice from the police department. Every now and then that happens. But I am very interested in knowing what's going on in Cotati with regard to hate crimes. I don't know if there are any, and if they are, would like to know something about them. So if somebody can tell me how to find out, not now necessarily, but I think you know how to get in touch with me, email, text, whatever. Thank you for that help. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Grumpshears. We will reach back out to you with some information on that. Thank you.
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. Okay, now we will move on to our consent calendar. And if there are no objections or no requests to pull those, I would be certainly entertaining a motion.
This is Councilmember Harvey. I move to approve the consent calendar.
This is Councilmember Ford. I second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you would do roll call, please.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. And now we will move on to direction on future agenda items. Are there any suggestions or requests at this point from the existing council? Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two items. The first one is I would like to have a report from the county if possible, or if we could get them to come out potentially on the work that they do in Cotati regarding homelessness, the IMDT work. I would just like to know what what services they're providing to us in Cotati. I know that there are several unhoused people staying in near our creeks, and I just want to know what services are being provided to them. So I was hoping to see if the rest of the council is interested in trying to get a report so we could learn more about that. And then the second item I had was there have been some issues regarding urban agriculture that have been popping up, and I wanted to propose that we do our mid-year check-in on our work plan a little bit early, perhaps in December, to see if there's some way that we could incorporate urban agriculture, taking a look at our urban agriculture zoning policies, see if that's something we could incorporate into the work plan later in the year. So those are the two items I had.
Thank you. I believe we were going to look at that urban agricultural zoning issue in the next few meetings coming up. So I think you're right on track on that one. So thank you. Councilmember Ford, did you have your hand up? No.
Councilmember Sparks said it, so I took my hand down.
Oh, terrific. Okay. Okay, that looks like it for future agenda items at this point. So that will bring us to public hearings, and we are going to start out with item number 10B, which is actually A, the Sandal Distribution Warehouse. Consideration of a resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration and the introduction of an ordinance amending the land use code to allow storage, warehouse, indoor storage, etc. And this will be presented by Mr. Joel Albrecht, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Joel. It's all yours.
Okay, I do have a PowerPoint presentation, so
Sorry to hear that.
yes. Hopefully we'll be fairly quick. So the item before you for your consideration is the Sandal Warehouse. It's a proposal by Bert Sandell to amend the city zoning code. And if the zoning code is amended, then it also requests approval of a use permit and design review to construct a new warehouse in Cotati. Next slide, please. So the project description consists of constructing a new, basically a 50,000 square foot warehouse building on a vacant 8.4 acre site. The proposed warehouse building is to be used as a moving and storage company. Access to the project will be from the west end of Blodgett Street. The project includes a construction of a cul-de-sac at the end of the Blodgett Street to provide a formal city standard terminus to the street. Next slide, please. So I'll go over the proposed use. So the proposed tenant is Pods. You may be familiar with them. They are in the area locally. They currently have a facility in Santa Rosa. And Pods is portable on-demand storage. And the way this works is if somebody is moving, say about 85% of the customers are residential moves. A Pods truck, as in the photo to the left, would bring that the portable container to your home. It would be typically in the driveway where the customer would load it themselves at their own pace, using their own labor. Once they are finished loading the pod, then it would be loaded back onto the truck. If they're doing a local move in the area, that truck would deliver to that new location, the new residence. Or if they're not ready to move yet, or they're moving out of the area, then the pod would be taken to the warehouse, which is before you tonight. So next slide, please. So once the container gets to the warehouse on the truck, it is unloaded off the truck, and the pods are stored and stacked within the warehouse, as you see in the photo in the upper left. Then on the bottom right, in the bottom of the photo, you see a semi-truck. So if someone is moving out of the area, then the truck, a semi-tractor trailer with a flatbed, would load multiple pods onto the truck. And those would be delivered to other pods facilities throughout the area or throughout the country. The empty pods that would be going to future customers, those are stored outside, typically in this case behind the building, and those are stacked. So 85% of the customers are doing this type of a move. The remaining customers, these could be commercial customers who may also be moving goods, or they may be storing extra merchandise at the facility, inventory. So some of the component of this project is simply storage of goods, but most of it is related to moves. But this is not a self-storage facility. The customers are not allowed to enter the warehouse. The customer can come to the warehouse to go through the container. In that case, they do call ahead, and the container is brought outside to the yard where the customer can go through, take things out of their container or add things to the container. Then it would go back into the warehouse. Next slide, please. This is showing the proposed location, which is up in the northwest corner of Cotati at the very end of Blodgett Street, which is an existing business park. You can see how the Blodgett Street terminates at the project site, which is outlined in blue. And next slide, please. This shows the general plan for the area. So you see Blodgett Street, then at the end of that, it says site. That is the project site. So the entire area is within the industrial general plan designation. Next slide, please. So the industrial designation is divided into two zoning districts separated by the Laguna de Santa Rosa. So the north side of the Laguna de Santa Rosa, that's the heavier industry, and which is called general industry. And on the south side where the project is the lighter industry, which is called commercial industrial. Next slide, please. This aerial photograph shows the project vicinity and the project site. So the project site at the end of Blodgett is a very flat site with no trees. It's open grassland with no development. Next slide, please. This shows the proposed layout, and this shows the site. So the proposed warehouse is proposed on the east half of the site, and so the project would consist of constructing the warehouse, the driveway, the parking, and the storage areas behind the warehouse on the west side. And on the east side, at the end of Blodgett Street, the applicant would be constructing a cul-de-sac to formalize a terminus to the street. And this cul-de-sac is actually needed currently as this is a long dead-end street serving large vehicles. Delivery trucks, emergency vehicles do not have an adequate place publicly to turn around, so they often will have to drive through other properties to exit out of Blodgett Street. So this is a rather unusual situation to have a long dead-end industrial street with no turnaround. So this project will provide a public turnaround for vehicles. Next slide, please. This shows the building design. I know the applicant and their architect will be making a presentation following this, and they will probably go over this in more detail. But this shows the top photo shows this is basically the back of the building, the west side, and it's showing the pods stacked 3 high, which is part of the proposal. So this is showing how the building relates to the stacking of the pods. And that is the rear of the building. And generally these pods would not be seen from the street. They would be seen from adjacent properties, but not from the street. And the next photo down, that is basically the front of the building with the pods at the back, which you cannot see, so they're at the back of the building. Then the bottom shows the side of the building, the south side, showing the building on the right with the pods stacked behind it on the left. Next slide, please. So the zoning is a commercial industrial, and this project does meet the minimum requirements. The front setback is 20 feet, and they're proposing 20 feet. And the minimum side setback is 0 for this property at this location. They're proposing 26 feet. The minimum rear setback is required to be 30 feet. This project is at 500 feet from the rear. The maximum allowed height is 40 feet. They are proposing a project the maximum of 40 feet. The project is required to provide 53 spaces. This project is proposing a 15% parking reduction, which is allowed by the code, which requires a use permit. It's staff's position that due to this type of warehouse, it does not require as much parking as other types of uses, so staff is recommending the parking reduction. Next slide, please. This is showing, I'll go over what the Planning Commission action. So on September 7th of this year, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this item. At the public hearing, the Department of Community Development recommended approval. At that hearing, no comments were received in opposition to the proposed land use code text amendment, proposed use, or the project design. The Planning Commission discussed the proposed warehouse use, and that discussion concerned previous discussions that occurred at the Commission and Council last year regarding mini warehouse. Last year, there was a proposal by staff to add some uses to the code. And one of the proposed uses proposed to be added last year was a mini warehouse self-storage. And staff clarified that this is not a mini warehouse, it is not self-storage. But this use is not currently allowed in the code, and it would need to be added for this project, but it's a different use. It's a moving and storage use. It's not a mini warehouse. After that discussion, the Planning Commission voted 3-0 to recommend approval to the City Council. Next slide, please. So they recommended actions before you tonight. The first thing, the main action you need to take is the zoning code text amendment. And the proposal is to add storage warehouse indoor storage as a new use to this to table 2.3 to the CI commercial industrial district. So that would allow the moving, if this is approved, that would allow the moving and storage use to move forward. And if this use is added, it would be subject to the approval of a use permit. So the actions tonight include amending the zoning code text amendment. That is approved, then you would be able to act on the use permit. Next slide, please. So this shows the existing table in the zoning code. So the proposal is in red, which is the third item down. The item up above says storage, personal storage, mini storage, and that has hash marks through it. That means it's not allowed in any district. So the proposal is in the red below it, and that's to add by use permit storage warehouse indoor storage to the CI district. Next slide, please. The next action, if that is approved, would be regarding the use permit, and this project requires a use permit for 3 reasons. Number 1 is the moving and storage company. So as proposed in the text amendment, that would be by use permit. So this use would fall into that category. and it would need a use permit approved by the city council. Another part of the use is the outdoor storage of the portable storage containers. Outdoor storage in Cotati does require a use permit, so this use permit would also cover that. And it's only allowed at the rear of the building. And the parking reduction at 15% also requires a use permit. So those are the 3 use permits before you tonight for a decision. Next slide, please. The other action is also the design review for the building, which includes the design of the site plan, the warehouse building itself, and the landscaping. Next slide, please. This project also is subject to CEQA, and this project went through the initial study, mitigated negative declaration process, and it went through 2 public review periods. The first period for 30 days was from July 2nd of this year to August 2nd. This did go to the state clearinghouse and was sent out to outside agencies. And after that first 30-day period, the State Department of Fish and Wildlife did identify a new impact, possible impact of the burrowing owl. So that was included as a possible significant impact. Mitigation was added, which required a second public review period of 30 days. So that second public review period was from August 7th to September 7th. And after that public review period, which ended on September 7th, no new comments were received. Mitigation has been included for all the potential significant environmental impacts. This project is required to receive a California tiger salamander incidental take permit prior to any grading or construction. So that would be issued by the State Department of Fish and Wildlife. So they can only issue that if the project is approved and subject to this environmental review. So the project includes the adoption of a mitigated negative declaration and the adoption of a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing and approve a resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration, introduce an ordinance to amend the land use code to allow storage warehouse indoor storage with a use permit within the CI district, and adopt a resolution approving a use permit and preliminary final design review to allow the construction of a new warehouse to be used by a moving and storage company. Next slide, please. And that concludes staff's presentation. Are there any questions of staff at this time? I know the applicant is planning on making a PowerPoint presentation next.
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. At this point, I'll open up to the council. Councilmember Harvey.
Yes, I have one related question and one sort of related question. So you said that self-storage is not allowed anywhere. Is that a change? Because I know we do have a self-storage right there on Redwood Drive.
Right. So in Cotati, there are several self-storage. Under the current code, if somebody wanted to come in with a new one, it would not be allowed.
Okay. Because there's also one on East Cotati
Right.
Avenue. I'm trying to think everywhere where the stuff is. So we just know new ones.
Right. So I believe during my research in 2006, there was a new code adopted. And at that time, warehousing was taken out of, pretty much warehousing was taken out of the city code of any type. So this proposal is just to add warehousing back in, but not mini warehouses.
Okay, thank you for that. I wasn't sure and I wanted clarification. My question on this project has to do with the fact that this piece of property is bound by the Laguna. And I didn't see any information in the packet about flooding or anything like that. Was there any concerns relating to storing things next to the Laguna?
So in the environmental, in the environmental review part of the CEQA document, there was a study that dealt with the flooding issue and the mapping of the flood zone. And I know the applicant engineer is, I believe, on their staff is here, I think, to answer questions, but that was looked at and it was determined that it was not a significant impact. And they are dealing with that issue. So with the project design, so they may have
Okay.
in details on that issue.
All right. Thank you. That was my only real concern right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
My question also had to do with the fact that this project borders the Laguna, and I'm just wondering if Sonoma Water has any guidelines for projects adjacent to the Laguna that might impact the project. And then when we get to discussion, I also want to talk about landscaping on the Laguna side of the project and the envisioned Class 1 bike path that's supposed to go in there. Thanks.
So this project was referred and I did not get comments back from them regarding this project. So,
okay, that's fine. Thanks.
I would add, this is Noah House, Director of the department. I would add that the Sonoma Water, they essentially dictate the design of the stormwater mitigation requirements throughout the entire county, and the project's been designed to meet those requirements.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, one question. First of all, congratulations to staff and the applicant for putting together a good package, and as well as the Planning Commission for taking care of a lot of concerns that might have been problematic ahead of time. And one of those, of course, would have been the containers. I agree with the difference that was pointed out between this and a self-storage. However, had those containers been in regular public site, I think that would have minimized that difference more than I would have been comfortable with, which leads me to my question. So I appreciate that. And as you were presenting this, it occurred to me, we are amending our land use code for a new category, storage warehouse, indoor storage. Will that call out that if somebody else wants to do something else like this, however unlikely that might be, in Cotati, if there's room to do this, that they too will be required to make sure there is no visual blight, that any stacked containers are hidden from public view?
So as I stated in the presentation, the warehouse itself, the moving and storage company, does require a conditional use permit. Also, the outdoor storage anywhere in Cotati currently requires a use permit. So if you want to do outdoor storage as part of any business in Cotati, that would require an application and a public review process and a planning commission review. I
was just wondering, since we're amending and describing this usage, if we have certain conditions for this usage, if that should be part of it. But if that's not necessary and that's dealt with in a case-by-case basis, I just thought it was a good call, and I think it should be part of it. So we keep that demarcation between this and self-storage, which I tend to agree with the Planning Commission call on.
Right. So correct. That the issue with the outdoor storage is covered already in the code citywide with criteria and a review process, whether it's a warehouse or any other type of use that has any kind of outdoor storage.
So to sum it up, you're telling me it's highly unlikely that anybody could waltz in, even with this amendment to code, and build something like this, similar to this, but with everything stacked inside.
That's correct. They couldn't just walk in and do that.
Because that's exactly the answer I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I just had a question about the parking requirement. The number, I'm wondering where the number 45, like how that was arrived at for the parking spaces, because that still seems like an awful lot of parking spots for this kind of business. So I was just curious where that came from.
So there's a certain, per our city code, there's a certain number of spaces that are required, and I believe it's per the criteria in the zoning code is, I don't have a number right in front of me.
53.
53. And also to this, it was in the staff report, but some of those 45 spaces that are actually proposed is in the storage area, and they will not be used for parking because they will be used for outdoor storage of the pods. So in the future, if this use goes away and there's not the outdoor storage, there would be more parking available. So those parking spaces are there, but they will not be fully usable by this use because of the storage of the pods.
Okay, thank you.
But they would be available for a future tenant.
Thank you. And then I had a couple of questions. So what happens if Pods decides that this is no longer a feasible enterprise for them? It just becomes a warehouse?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what's the agreement with Pods right now? How long?
I mean, the applicant is here. I don't know the answer to that question. The applicant is here to answer probably more details on their agreement with pods and how that would work.
Mr. Sandell, go ahead.
Sure, Mayor Moore. At this time, we have a 10-year lease agreement with pods, assuming that the project is approved and gets built.
So going back to Mr. Galbraith, if this project is approved and built, and after 10 years, pods decides that that's not feasible for them, anybody in a warehouse situation or seeking a warehouse could move into that particular property?
If it was a warehouse, if it met the conditions of approval for this project, it would be subject to these conditions. The use permit does run with the property. So if they were doing the same kind of use, meaning the same conditions, project description, they could. But if it was a different type of a warehouse doing a different type of use, they would need a different use permit.
Okay.
So this use is specific to the moving and storage company. It's not specific to pods, but a storage company.
Okay.
I would just add, so if a distribution facility, as an example, wanted to occupy the warehouse, they would have to obtain a separate use permit from the Planning Commission in order to do that.
Okay, thank you. In this particular proposal, you've got a rear setback at 500 feet. Is that to allow for potential development of an additional building on that same site?
Right. So in theory, the applicant could propose additional development on that eastern portion of the site, correct? Right.
And that would require, go ahead.
That's it. It's not designated as permanent open space. So I just want to be clear on that.
Right. So potentially another building could go in there, and then you could have another use permit required for that. That would meet all the criteria that we have.
Yeah, depending on what the use that comes in and whether it would need a use permit, then it would need to meet the criteria that's in place at that time when it comes in.
Okay. So you've got the request here is for 50,000 plus square feet on there. How many pod units would fit into that?
The applicant may know the answer to that question.
Sure, Mayor Moore, that would allow for the interior storage of approximately 800 pod containers.
Okay. Is it anticipated that you will at some point fill that up and still have to have the outdoor storage for the empty containers?
Sure, if I may. So the business is that when the containers are full and being stored either for relocation to another site or until a customer requires the pod, those are stored on the inside of the building. Mm-hmm. And then the vacant or unused pods are stored outside as part of the outside storage area.
Is it absolutely necessary that the vacant containers be stored outside? Because if you've got 50,000 square feet in there, I don't know that you're going to have, what, 800 you said, potentially. Yeah. And I would imagine that those are an item that frequently moves. So you would have somebody there for maybe a short period of time, a year at the most or something like that, typically.
Yeah, I think they're shorter durations than a year, but okay. I don't have the average duration at my fingertips.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my questions for now. I don't see any further questions from the council. So at this point, I would open it up for public comment.
Mayor Moore, I had a short presentation that if you'd like, I'd be happy to give. It's a short PowerPoint. Would you prefer to have public comment before or after that presentation?
No, Mr. Sandell, I'll go ahead and let you do the PowerPoint at this point because it's still part of the packet of information that should be presented to both the council and the citizens. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, Mayor Moore, Vice Mayor Landman, council members, and other city representatives. Appreciate you spending the time on our project this evening. I've got a short slideshow that will, or a PowerPoint presentation, where I'll talk about some of the details of the project, and then our project architect will talk about some of the design criteria. So next slide, please, and next slide. So this is a partial list of the architects, engineers, and consultants that have been working on this project about a year. It's a comprehensive process, and we've been working with the city probably going back to last November. On this call, we've got architect Kevin O'Malley, our biologist Dana Riggs, our civil engineer Rico Prianto, and our landscape architect Paul Harris. So if you have specific questions in those areas of expertise, they'd be more than happy to answer your questions. Not on the call, we've got a number of other consultants. It's a very thorough effort. And as Vice Mayor Landman commented earlier, we put a lot of work into it. Next slide, please. So I just want to touch base on a couple of the general plan goals that are going to be met. The first one is that the industrial section will be strengthened and expanded. The city is absolutely supporting and encouraging the growth of the industrial area. I'd like to make a comment about Director Hausch and Senior Planner Galbraith. They've been very cooperative. They've been very helpful. They've been very tough, which is, I think, part of their job. But certainly moving this project forward, they've been fair and direct with me and giving me the answers I needed. Not always the answers I liked, but nevertheless, we've gotten to this point. A couple of other things. It's a business-friendly environment, and enough said. So next slide, please. So a couple of the other specific benefits to the city. This project will generate approximately $500,000 in development fees going directly to the city. As Planner Galbraith commented earlier, we are going to install and dedicate a cul-de-sac to the city. The cost of that portion of the project is around $200,000. The annual property taxes paid on this property right now are under $1,000. And upon completion of the project, it'll be a little over $100,000 a year. I know that doesn't come directly to the city, but it certainly comes to the county, and a portion comes to the city. And finally, there's good jobs created during construction and upon occupancy. Next slide, please. So this is our, assuming we get the council's approval this evening, the general schedule is that we would have our initial grubbing next month. Around the February timeframe, we'd complete our slab. Probably in the June timeframe, we begin the metal building installation. Excuse me, July and August, we'd finish off the interior. We'd complete the asphalt and landscaping in September. We'd build out our small office August to September, finish up in October. So about a one-year project. Next slide, please. Right, so as Planner Galbraith commented, this project is within the possible range of the California tiger salamander. We've been working closely with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife going back to January. We've got an incidental take permit negotiated, agreed upon, and it's subject to this body's approval. It will require that we mitigate at a ratio of 2 to 1. So we're going to disturb 3.4 acres. We'll have to mitigate for 6.8 acres. The likely cost of that mitigation will be between 1.1 million and 1.5 million. In the event we develop additional buildings at the property, that will require the purchase of additional credits. So the CDFW fees have been paid. And as I said, we're just waiting approval of CEQA. And finally, we're attempting to break ground before October so that we can continue working through the wet season. We take the California tiger salamander preservation very seriously. We've got a great team on board. As I commented earlier, our biologist is here if you have specific questions, but we plan to be very good citizens on this matter. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about pods. I won't go into a lot more detail other than they've been a customer of mine, a client of mine for 11 years at a facility I own in Benicia. They've been a good actor. They've taken good care of the space, and I look forward to expanding my relationship with them. Next tenant, or next slide, sorry. So I'm a registered Sonoma County voter. I split my time between Geyserville, which I'd much rather be, where I'd much rather be, in Marin. And I have to tell you that my wife and I attended the accordion festival on Saturday, and she said, "Hey, we got to spend more time here." Anyway, I'm an engineer by background. I've been developing properties for about 32 years, mostly in Northern California. The ownership entity is a family business, and my wife, who's sitting over there, she's an engineer. She's a half owner of the company, and my engineer son is part of the development team. And our plans are to, this is a long-term acquisition for us. It's not a develop and flip it. We'd like to do a second phase. We want to get through the first phase before we make any commitments. Next slide, please. Architect Kevin O'Malley. Kevin, if you could please give a quick overview of the design criteria.
Okay. Is there a next slide, or is it just give an overview? Oh, maybe one more slide. There you go. So I'll just make a few quick comments about the site and the building. Thank you for listening to our project this evening. Appreciate all of your time. As was discussed with kind of a lot of the site parameters, the tiger salamander, we also have some wetlands on the south end of the site. There's kind of that light gray finger that you see that goes along the south end of the site and over to the west where the wetlands are a little larger footprint. Obviously, the goal of this project was to create a nice tight footprint to reduce the cost of mitigation for tiger salamander. And at the same time, per Mayor Moore's comments, in case, building for the future and being a company that's going to hold this site long term, Bert wants to have the flexibility to have, future tenants in the building in case anything does happen with pods. So this building and site layout is based on being able to split the building in half down the middle, if you will, having a tenant on the east side and the west side. So each side of the building has their own entrances, their own parking, their own recessed loading docks. That's kind of what generated the site layout, and we tried to do it as compact as possible. And initially we went in without the cul-de-sac, not knowing that that was going to be a requirement. So we did quickly revise the project, adding that cul-de-sac in once we found out that was a requirement of the project. And the site, not only for truck circulation, but for safety, does need to maintain vehicular access around the entire building. That will have high pile storage in it, and that's a fire requirement. So we have emergency vehicle access entirely around the project. On the building itself, if we go to the next slide, there we go. This is just a sample east side elevation. Obviously, the report said that we used the maximum building height. That's because of the stacking requirement inside the building. The tenant, for maneuverability, wants to have about 34 feet of clear height inside. And so by accounting for the building structure to support the roof and the roofing, that pretty much puts us a fairly flat roof, which is a little different than some of the buildings in the business park there. So we needed to maximize the building height, and we went with a more of a parapet condition where the roof is hid behind the wall planes, and tried to use some different panel profiles, different colors, and some awnings. We used some features at the corner of the building, both the south, east, and southwest. We extended those panel heights because that's likely where we would have mechanical units in the corners, the southeast and southwest corners, for mechanical equipment at the office areas. So those panels are extended up to also act as a mechanical screen, which is allowed under the zoning code. And we've got some storefront there where we have the pedestrian access points for the office. The building around the perimeter has a certain specified amount of man doors, which again are required by the fire code and exiting. You can see kind of where we have some additional red type colored panels at the recessed loading docks. We're just trying to break up the facades, use color and panel materials and profiles. And we have some wall planes that step in and out. The base on the buildings sits farther out than the gray panels, and the panels at the southeast and southwest corners where we have the offices, they step out at least 6 or more inches from the main building panels. So that's just sort of the nature of the architecture, why the form of the building ended up the way it is, just because of our tenant stacking requirements. It's a unique building because warehouse uses generally aren't this tall. So obviously for Bert, trying to buy an existing building, it's pretty difficult to find something that has this amount of clear height inside to be able to stack and meet the demands of the tenant. I think that's all I really had to add to both the site layout and the form of the building.
Thank you, Mr. O'Malley. Was that it, Mr. Sandell?
Yes, I know that Councilmember Harvey asked a question about the floodplain. If she'd like, I can ask that our civil engineer expand on that a little bit.
Sure. Hi, this is Rico Prianto with Cleach Design Group. We had studied the 100-year floodplain that exists. And once we did our survey for the site, we found that at the east side of the site, the base flood elevation, which is that 100-year flood, is at an elevation of 95. And as it progresses down the ditch, it's 92 at the west side of our property. And once we did a topographic survey, we found that only about 1,600 square feet of total area is impacted by the 100-year flood. So we ended up filing a letter of map revision with FEMA because they do very gross analysis of flood zones. And in fact, very, very little of this site was within that flood zone. So.
Thank you, Rico.
Mm-hmm. And we are completely outside of that flood zone with any improvements that we're proposing.
Thank you.
Mayor Moore, that was the sum of our comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandell. Are there, after that additional presentation, are there any further questions from council? Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And perhaps my question can be addressed by a biologist or the landscape architect. I'm curious to know what your plans are in terms of outdoor lighting for this site. One of the things that concerns me a little bit about allowing a storage unit is with those outdoor with the outdoor storage, sometimes that comes along with a sort of excessive amount of outdoor lighting. And since this is an area that's adjacent to a lot of habitat, that outdoor lighting can have a negative impact on the wildlife. So I was wondering what your openness would be to being careful with installing fully shielded lighting, warm color temperatures, and such that would be more amenable for less harmful for wildlife, or just what your plans are for the outdoor lighting. Thank you.
Kevin, will you, first of all, Councilmember Sparks, we're wildlife fans, and so open to a lot of ideas. Kevin, if you could comment on the current lighting schedule for the property, please.
Yeah, I could probably answer that. So we, obviously, for the lighting that we do provide outside, we do have to have something that's dark sky compliant, that is shielded. So we would be meeting those requirements. We have, I don't have the site plan. Oh, I do have it in front of me. We do have some minimal light standards because when we had to add the cul-de-sac, it changed some of the nature of our parking. We had to move more of the parking away from the building than we originally had designed. So we do have basically in the southwest corner, we have a couple of light pole mounted fixtures, mainly to pick up lighting at the parking stalls for safety. And then we have one of those same fixtures up near the parking on the northwest corner, another one at the northeast corner. And then we have 2 light standards and the little landscape fingers on the east portion of the site that, again, are primarily just picking up safety and security lighting for out at the parking. The rest of the lighting is on the building, either under some of those awnings so that we light pathways, egress paths for people, doors. So they obviously cannot be floodlights where we're, throwing light, way out from the building and basically being a light polluter. So I think we don't really have any light beyond those kind of the middle of those runs of parking on the west side of the building are probably the farthest we get away from the building. So I haven't done a foot candle study on them yet, but I'd be surprised if they really shed any light beyond our developed footprint. And really the same with the 2 that we have farthest away from the building on the east side there, and the landscape fingers. Those things are got at least 40 to 50 feet from the adjacent property line. So we don't really have anything that's, getting out into the habitat that we're pretty far away from with light from the perimeter of the development.
Great, thank you. So there's no plans for giant floodlights pointed on the storage units at all times. Okay, great.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands raised from the council at the moment. It did dawn on me. I may have missed it in the packet, but are there provisions in there for solar in this particular project?
Yes, Mayor Moore. So our intention is to utilize this wonderful flat roof to maximize the amount of photovoltaics equivalent of the planned power use of pods. We also are going to investigate the possibility of being a power generator, but I haven't looked into that program yet. In other words, the current regulations say that you can offset your usage. And so that's what we'd be targeting. If, on the other hand, in the future, we had the capability of being an excess power producer, that's something we might consider. So my hope is that this is a zero impact power using facility. We would obviously connect with the local utility, and I understand that Katati has a green alternative. And I think we'd like to, that would be our preferred provider. But ideally, we'd offset all our usage through run the meter backwards through the solar.
Thank you, Mr. Sandell. Okay, not seeing any further questions at the moment. I will open this up for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight, please use your raise hand icon to make a public comment. Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burgess. I'll bring it back to the council now for further discussion. And it looks like I've got Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I just had one comment. When I was looking through the general plan, there was, I noticed that warehousing was already not allowed in the table, but in the text describing each zoning area, sorry, in our code, not in the general plan, but in the code, in the text describing each zoning area, warehousing is already allowed in the general industrial zone, but not yet in the commercial industrial zone. So I'm wondering if we ought to follow through on the general plan goal of trying to unify the 2 industrial zones a little bit more and add this use to the table for general industrial as well as commercial industrial while we're at it. I'm wondering what staff would think about that.
So this is Noah House, Director of CD Department, and thank you, Councilmember Sparks. That's exactly right. The purpose of the General Industrial District identifies warehousing as a intended use, although it's not allowed in the land use table. And then, as you've seen later on in the General Plan Implementation Actions section, Action LU3A directs staff to combine those 2 land use tables to essentially allow broader uses in each of the zoning districts. We did consider adding that as a part of this project, but we also did not want to further complicate the project on the applicant's dime, and basically introduce any more uncertainty into the project, given the discussion we had regarding mini storage and all the potential complications that could bring forward. And so we intended or intentionally chose to not do that with this private development application. However, the general plan does direct us to allow these districts to be similar, and the purpose of the IG does say to allow warehousing. And so we do intend to bring that forward at a future date. We don't have a timeline identified, and it's going to depend partially on kind of some of the other priorities that raised to the top. But just, I will, stepping back from a staff perspective, it is beneficial to have warehousing use allowed in your industrial districts, because it allows your existing industrial property owners and business owners to get warehouse use adjacent to their business, rather than have to truck their goods in or out of the location from surrounding districts and surrounding cities and areas in the county. So we do see it as a benefit, but we chose intentionally to not complicate this specific project.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. It does just seemed a little weird that we're allowing it in one and not the other. But I'm happy to hear we're going to bring that back and rectify it at some point.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Thanks. I'm fully in support of the project. I think it's yeah, as Director House said, a good use of space in the CI zone. And my only concerns here are with the fact that it abuts the Laguna, which is currently not viewed as an amenity by the city, but it is actually used for recreational purposes by a fair number of people, and it's in the bike ped plan as a future Class 1 bike path. And in addition, that the channel itself, the Sonoma Water has worked for years to try to make those channels something more than just drainage ditches, and they've been working at that for a long time. So I would like to propose an additional condition that landscaping and lighting on the north side of the building be provided to Sonoma Water for comment prior to installation. I know they might not respond. That's okay. And I'd be curious on the applicant's take on that proposal.
Sure, Councilmember Ford, we currently have landscaping and trees scheduled. If I could, I'd like to invite landscape architect Paul Harris to comment on that. Mr. Harris, are you available?
Yes. Hi, Council. I don't know if you have the plan available in front of you.
We do.
We do, Mr. Harris.
You're muted.
Here we go. There we go. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So, Kevin, is the plan available to put up on the screen?
I don't know if the landscape plan is.
Okay.
They can go back to our site plan slide.
Yeah.
They didn't really show a bunch of the landscaping, just the screen trees.
So right now, what we have is a mix of native trees along the Laguna, and some of the trees on the northwest portion, which were formerly oaks, I changed to redwoods at the request of staff in order to create some fast and tall screening of the storage area. So that's what we have right now. I think that we would be open to, increasing the number and variety of native trees over there, or and right now we're not showing any additional planting under the trees, but we could certainly provide that as well if that's desirable But I'm aware that this is south of the trail, so it, you know, we have to decide whether that would be a benefit or not.
Mayor Moore, can I jump back in?
Absolutely.
Follow up? I just, I'm no expert, and I don't want to have a, you know, pre-choice discussion here. That doesn't seem appropriate with, but the water agency has planting schedules and tree lists for their, you know, riparian zones that I just would like to see consulted to make sure we're not putting trees in there that'll mess with their plans for rehabilitating all those drainage. So I don't have any particular detail. I just want to see them in the mix.
Yeah, I think we're very open to consulting with them and adjusting as they suggest. Is that accurate, Bert?
Yeah, yes, Council Member Ford, I would also add that the trees that we are going to put on this property are approximately 20 to 25 feet back from the property line. And then there's the property line, and then there's a gravel road, and then there's the Laguna. So there's quite a distance between the riparian area and where these trees will be planted. But I think we're happy to consult with whoever you'd like us to. And certainly, I mean, as an adjacent property owner of the Laguna, I would love it if that were to be some sort of pedestrian trail, and if there were adequate, you know, riparian environment there. I think that'd be a wonderful amenity for us and the community.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
Yes, I would like to thank the applicant and staff for the very, very thorough report. I did not have many questions because when I thought I had a question, it was always addressed in the page after the page after the page. So I really appreciate all the work that has been put into it. It sounds, based upon the folks that you've brought along with you, Mr. Sandell, that you have a great team working on this. It also sounds like your environmental concerns are really forefront for this. And I am also glad at this moment in time, because of the severe drought we have, that this is not a high intensive water use project. So that is also helpful, at least right in this moment. So I too am supportive of this. And I also appreciate that you're doing the work to put in the cul-de-sac, because I think it is well needed there. So anyways, I am in favor of supporting this project at this point.
Thank you, Councilmember Harvey. Any further discussion by the council? Oh, Councilmember Ford.
I just wanted to get a sense of the council, given that the applicant didn't object, if there's any objection on the council to adding a condition that landscaping and lighting plans on the north side of the building be submitted to Sonoma Water for comment prior to installation.
I would support that. Vice-Man Lyman.
I'm nodding and doing a thumbs up. I think that's appropriate, and the applicant seems more than open to that.
Thank you. And then the only other concern I had is if the project down the road, if this is approved, if there are issues with that outside storage of those containers, what is the recourse on that?
So there's no house again. So there would be staff's responsibility to enforce all of the conditions of approval placed on the project regarding screening of the outdoor storage, and only the storage being located on the back side of the building. So that would be staff's responsibility to ensure that the applicants are implementing those conditions and that they're adequately addressed. If a future tenant chose to move in there and agreed to meet those conditions of approval, you know, separate from the proposed use, the pods use, then they would be subject to the same conditions. And then if a tenant wanted to, or some future use wanted to change them, they would be required to come back to the planning commission to request a change to those conditions or propose a new use permit.
Thank you. Okay, with no further questions, I would be willing to entertain some motions.
Oh my goodness, this is a very long one, Mr. Mayor. I would make a motion that we consider resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration and the introduction of an ordinance amending the land use code to allow storage-warehouse indoor storage within the CI Commercial Industrial Zoning District with a use permit, and consideration of a resolution approving a use permit and preliminary final design review to allow the construction of a new 54,064 square foot warehouse building to be used as a moving and storage company with a 15% parking reduction and the outdoor storage of portable storage containers located within the CI Commercial Industrial Zoning District located at 597 Hellman Lane. The project includes construction of a cul-de-sac at the west end of Blodgett Street and adding council members Ford's additional condition. Did I get that okay?
I think so.
And since you've done the hard work, I'd be happy to do the easy work of seconding that.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you would give us a roll call.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes. I want to thank the applicants and all the supporting staff and our staff for working with them, and best of luck on that project, Mr. Sandell. And we'll look forward to a wonderful project when it's completed.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Have a good evening. Now we will move on to public hearing 10A, which is actually 10B. Introduction of an ordinance to amend the land use code to establish multifamily objective design standards. And this would also be Mr. Galbraith?
Yes, I am back. I'm in a different office. I was having some technical issues, so I am back. So before you are the objective design standards and the telecommunication and small cell design guidelines. Next slide, please. So I'll give you some background on June 21st of this year, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this item and voted 3-0 to recommend approval to the City Council. On August 10th of this year, the City Council held a public hearing on this item. At that hearing, staff presented the draft multifamily objective design standards. Staff also presented draft telecommunication design guidelines. In general, the City Council was supportive of the proposal and continued the item to allow staff to address questions and issues raised by the City Council. Next slide, please. So I'll do a quick project overview as a reminder. So that objective design standards are to be incorporated into the Cotati's zoning ordinance, and they will be applicable to new qualifying multifamily proposed projects within Cotati. Next slide, please. By state law, Cotati must provide a by right residential development option. Applicants can still request different standards. If so, then the applicant must go through the Cotati's typical discretionary design review process. Next slide, please. So this is a map showing possible locations where a developer could use the objective design standards based upon limitations by the state. So part of the criteria where you cannot use these standards if the site is within a critical habitation zone of endangered species, such as tiger salamander, which is basically the western 2/3 of the city. It cannot use the discretionary design, the subjective design standards. They would have to go through the normal process and go through an environmental review. Also, too, basically, if there's existing tenants on the property, or there have been existing tenants within the last 10 years on those sites, they cannot use the objective design standards. They would go through the normal process. So by looking at that criteria, there are basically kind of 3 areas where these standards could be used. And that one area is along the east side of Old Redwood Highway, south of the Walgreens. It shows several large parcels where north of the downtown and the plaza where these standards could be used. Next slide, please. Also on East Cotati Avenue, just on the south side of East Cotati, just east of the downtown area, there's a couple large sites which may be possible to use depending on what their condition is when someone comes in, but these are potential sites. Next slide, please. Then also the Santero Way area, there's several sites along Santero Way and a couple sites close to East Cotati Avenue, which have the potential to use the objective design standards. Next slide, please. So I'll cover the proposed amendments that staff has included in your packet. At the last meeting, there was quite a bit of discussion regarding VRNFs, which are multi-use zones. So this, in your packet, the standard has been revised to include more specifics, with areas used by motor vehicles to count only half towards the usable open space requirement. Next slide, please. So this is a photo of a VRNF for clarification. So what makes this a VRNF, a multi-use space, is the decorative paving. It's not just concrete or asphalt, it's decorative paving. Also, there's no curbs, kind of the pedestrian and vehicular ways come together with no curbs. It's also a shared space. So you see children playing, you see cars parked, you see people visiting, you see seating, and you see integrated landscaping. So this has most of the components that we're describing. So what's proposed before you tonight, as far as counting this as open space, since this area can be used by motor vehicles, this area would count half towards the amount of this area would count half. And if it's used for parking, like you see some parking spaces there, that would not count at all for open space. So the standard would allow parking to be adjacent to a VRNF or within a VRNF, but those spaces, that area would not count as open space at all. Next slide, please. This is another photo of an existing VRNF showing basically how you would enter into a VRNF and the signage that would be there to let you know that this is a different kind of space. The blue sign on the upper right indicates this is a shared space, and as you go up the little hump, there's the curbs disappear. So it's more of a single space that's shared by everyone in the development. Next slide, please. And this shows an example of a VRNF that doesn't have any cars on it. This is totally for pedestrians and cyclists and recreational use. So in this type of situation, whether it does not allow for movement of cars other than emergency vehicles, this would count 100% towards the open space requirement. Next slide, please. The other amendments that are included in your packet, and there was quite a bit of discussion also too regarding indoor open space, regarding community centers, and with that, how much that should count. So the standard has been changed to from 100% down to 25%. And that would only include the portions of the building that are devoted to recreational and social uses. So areas such as offices, laundry rooms, hallways, those would not count at all towards any kind of open space requirement. Also, there was discussion and some recommendations regarding rooftop terraces to make sure they include landscaping, and that any noise generated by the rooftop terrace, it would the units below would still meet interior noise standards that the city has. So that's been included. Next slide, please. There were some recommendations regarding outdoor lighting to include more specifics. So that's been amended to require warm lighting and to ensure that it's shielded to minimize sky glow. There's also a discussion regarding Can solar be required? So if that has been added, it would require all projects to include some solar in order for them to comply with their California Title 24 energy standards. Next slide, please. There was also discussion regarding building heights. So what's currently in your packet and what's proposed previously is a 30-foot setback from a three-story building or a taller building from an adjacent property line that's developed with a single-family residence. So that setback for the third-story portion or fourth story would be 30 feet from the property line. The typical standard in the zoning code is 15 feet for a two-story or more. So if you have three-story or more, this is proposing a 30-foot setback for that portion of the building. Staff did look at to see about larger limitations. Staff thought that was problematic based upon potential conflicts with the state density bonus law, one of the ways developers do want to achieve higher densities just through increased height. The density bonus law makes it relatively easy for developers to propose height increases. It's very difficult for cities to deny height increases if the developer can show that they need that height to be increased. So a staff's position that putting in more height restrictions into this ordinance would be problematic. And therefore staff is recommending what was previously proposed, which is the 30-foot setback. Next slide, please. There's also some discussion regarding cabinets for utility companies, the above ground cabinets. And is there a way to basically require these cabinets to be undergrounded? And there's several types of cabinets that you see. This particular one, the photograph, is for a small cell telecommunication company. And this is probably one of the worst examples. You will see this one actually was in Santa Rosa, which got quite a bit of attention. This photo is from the Press Democrat, which showing that a cabinet in front of the sidewalk, highly visible. So the goal of the guidelines is to encourage and let developers know, utility companies know that the city prefers them to be behind the sidewalk, and they be include artwork or screened, because generally under state law, the city doesn't have the authority to require public utility companies such as the telecom companies or PG&E to put these cabinets underground. So typically for maintenance, they will be above ground, but the goal is to screen them or decorate them so they're not an eyesore such as this one. The type of cabinet the city has control over are typically most of the signals in the city are owned and operated by the city. These also have control cabinets, which are usually near the signal intersection. And these cabinets also need to be above ground for maintenance. But those are the ones that the city does have control over. So the goal of the guidelines was to encourage them to be behind the sidewalk and out of sight and underground if possible. And if they can't not be underground or they're visible, to include some type of artwork. Next slide, please. So this was an example that was previously shown showing that above ground cabinet behind the sidewalk. It is visible, but it does include artwork to make it more presentable than the previous example that you saw. So basically the design guidelines for the telecommunication. So what's proposed for the design guidelines for the telecommunication facilities is what you saw previously. There have been no changes to that. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, it is recommended the City Council conduct a public hearing and introduce an ordinance amending the land use code to adopt multifamily objective design standards, amend the open space standards for multifamily housing projects, and that's citywide. So the open space standards that we went over previously discussed, those are citywide, where all the other standards are for the objective design standards. So citywide, the proposed standards for objective design standards and for multifamily citywide, they would be matched up. So those would be consistent with each other. And then adopt a resolution establishing telecommunication and small cell design guidelines. Next slide, please. And that concludes staff's presentation. Are there any questions of staff at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. I will bring this back to council for questions. It looks like I've got Councilmember Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on page 55 of the packet, you mentioned that the density bonus law requires the city to grant a requested concession unless it determines that the requested concession does not result in an identifiable and cost reduction to provide affordable units. So my question is around what is the mechanism that we have to ensure that the height, which they're talking about, is supposedly to be able to build more affordable units. What is it that makes it strictly related to the affordable units and not just a way for the developers to just add many more market rate units?
So under state law, regarding the concessions and incentives, basically, if the developer asks for a concession, they need to show why they're asking for it. But it's up to the city, based upon the state law and court cases, it's up to the city to show that that concession is not going to make an identifiable difference. But with height, it's such a critical part of a project, and getting that density, it's very difficult for the city to demonstrate that that additional height is not going to make a difference in achieving that density. So it is very difficult for the cities to, I would say, deny a height increase.
So basically, are we not lining the developers' pockets if we can't hold their feet to the fire and give them a density bonus for them to build affordable units? All we're going to get is a whole bunch more market rate units, and they will be wealthy, and we still will have no affordable units.
Well, to get the density increase, you have to provide a certain percentage of affordable units. So they're not getting free units. They will have to provide affordable units under the state density bonus law. So a certain percentage of the units will need to be affordable to get those concessions. And the more affordable units you provide, the more concessions you can ask for.
And are those affordable units in perpetuity, or is it just at the get-go and then all of a sudden they become market rate?
So these are contracted units, and maybe Director Hausch has that number in front of him. I don't know if there's a certain number of years.
Yeah, it's typically either 30 or 55 years, and it's based on the proposal from the developer and what gets approved by the city council. There is a affordability agreement, which is essentially a contract between the city and the developer that gets recorded on the property and holds that affordability levels for that time frame.
So Noah, would this be something similar to what we did with the housing trust, where there's a contract on the property? Because that was what was happening before, was there were stipulations on properties and then no one looked at the property records and all of a sudden they become market rate units. So would we use something like the housing trust to make sure they stay that way?
So it is very similar. One of the challenges is for rental units, the ongoing monitoring of rental units. And that's one of the things that I've taken as a very important challenge that our department needs to step up and meet with regards to basically building out a long-term maintenance and monitoring program for our rental affordable housing units.
Okay, all right. That was my first question. And my second question had to do with the utility cabinets. It says, well, we can ask that they put them underground. We cannot demand that they do it. And we ask if possible. Well, who is it that's determining if possible? Because if you let the utilities make that determination, they're always going to say it's not possible. So who makes that determination?
So yeah, it is the utility companies that make that determination. We're basically
basically it's no.
So I was hoping City Manager Obid may have some input on this. As planners, we tend to live in the private property world, and a lot of this is in the public right of way. So I would say we're knowledgeable, but not expertise. And I don't know if Public Works Director Scott or City Manager Obid would like to weigh in on this issue.
I'll just start by saying that typically, like, utility lines and transformers, things like that, that can be sealed and put in a vault, and they can be submerged in water and it's no big deal, that kind of stuff. There's usually no reason why it can't go underground. When you're dealing with, I'll use an example that the city has. So we have the controller cabinets for traffic signals. Those are not intended to be subsurface and submerged, and they're regularly having to be opened and programmed and worked on. So it's just not really feasible to put that type of thing underground. And that's usually the kind of conversation that I think will occur is, is it something that needs to be like a regular maintenance item and it just really isn't feasible to put the thing underground? Or is it something that you can kind of put underground and forget it, which is the case for like utility lines and transformers and things like that.
So Damien, does that mean that it's the city's responsibility to push back? Because the utility company will always say, always will say it can't go underground. That's going to be just the line that comes out. So do we have any way to push back?
Well, when they come in for encroachment permits, that's the conversation that we should be having with them.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I have a couple of comments on this. First thing is that the slide that the planning department showed of a cabinet and a small cell site. The companies got really bad press when their cabinets look like that. So currently the cabinets are a lot smaller, and it's unlikely that small cell cabinets will look like that. I have had a number of discussions with Verizon and AT&T, and some cities have pushed back and demanded undergrounding, and they've been totally unwilling to do that. But they are very willing to work with you on cabinet design, putting meters on the poles, and avoiding aesthetic issues to the extent the technology allows it. You do have some leverage though, because the companies need somewhere to put their antennas, and they need access to either PG&E poles or your light poles. And so in the course of reaching agreement with the companies, the carriers who want access to your poles, you can negotiate terms regarding what the cabinets look like and how rollouts happen. So there is the ability there to work out some of the issues that you're raising, Councilmember Harvey.
Well, thank you. And I hope that staff will do that, because quite frankly, all you have to do is walk around town and it's disgusting how those utility cabinets have, artwork put on them, not good artwork. They have tagging on them. They have flyers put on them. They have graffiti. It's a mess. So I would prefer the picture that they had there with some wrapped artwork. So I hope that staff can push hard on them if they can't underground it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Harvey. Councilmember Ford.
Thanks. I had one small item, and then I wanted to continue one of Councilmember Harvey's items. So the small one is about the counting of indoor space. The discussion that I remember last time was not about counting indoor space at a lower ratio. It was about restricting the amount of the open space requirement that could be met through indoor space. So there was a discussion about, well, maybe they could meet up to 25% of their open space requirement with indoor space. Not that indoor space would only count at 25% of it would count towards the amount of open space required. So I don't know if there was a miscommunication or if staff intentionally changed that from one of those meetings to the other. So maybe I'll first ask about that. If there's a reason to count indoor space as, let's say you build a 400 square foot community room, that's only going to count 100 square feet towards your open space requirement.
It was staff's understanding, based upon the comments the council made, that was one of the discussion items, was counting at less than 100%. And I think what I was hearing is that I think some council members felt 50%, others, I think I heard 25%. So
Okay,
I think
well, maybe
as a compromise, I think that's what staff came back with as a recommendation, is 25%.
Okay, thanks. And maybe I'm misremembering the discussion last time. My understanding was we were talking about not allowing a place to meet all of its open space requirement with indoor space. But other people can follow up on their interpretation of that if they want. But the bigger issue is this height requirement. And I'm still curious about the interplay of the height limit that's in these objective design criteria and the height limit in the zoning code for the district. And the discussion last time was about, limiting to what the underlying zone says. So if the underlying zone says 2 stories, then we limit these to 2 stories as well. And I'm curious, if we just write a 3-story limit in the objective design criteria, then my understanding is that just overrides the underlying zone, and then there's no concession being requested by the developer, and so there's no leverage there, right? Like I would rather have a sort of whatever criteria trigger the density bonus that would give you the height increase under the density bonus laws also apply here, because these objective design criteria, the projects that can use them will, I think I remember this right, will vary depending on how we're doing on meeting our RENA allocation. So if a project comes in at 50% affordable, then I think they're entitled to the 3-story under the density bonus laws, and that's fine. But if it gets to the point where a 10% affordable project would be eligible to use the objective design criteria, then I'm not happy having them eligible to go 3 stories if the underlying zone doesn't allow it. Now, I may be mixing up the objective design criteria eligibility with another program, so please correct me if I'm wrong there.
So it is confusing. So when a project comes in to use the objective design guidelines, they have to meet all of the other objective design standards in the city, including the zoning code. So if the zoning code only allows 2 stories, they need to comply with the 2 stories. However, they could use the density bonus law if they meet that criteria to ask for an additional height. They could ask to go higher through a concession process. Otherwise, they would have to meet the 2-story requirement. So the objective design standard is not giving them extra height. They have to stick with the zoning code unless they ask for a concession.
And I would just add, this is Director Hush, I would just add that the neighborhood urban, the downtown specific plan, and the Santero Way specific plan all allow approximately 35 feet heights in the zone. Neighborhood urban requires a use permit to be granted to get there, but there is mechanisms to get that height. A couple of the parcels that were identified are neighborhood medium, which is a maximum height of 28 feet.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood, because the discussion last time, if you look at the minutes from the August hearing, the comment was to limit to 2 stories projects that are in zones that currently are limited to 2 stories. And if I understand Senior Planner Galbraith, that is still the case, that the limitations are just as they currently are under our zoning code. So neighborhood medium would be 28 feet unless they can use the density bonus to get to 3, get higher.
Correct. And if they were to do that, we require a 30-foot setback from the adjacent property, which is developed with a single family home.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, good. That's helpful. Thanks. I'm comfortable with that.
Vice Mayor Lemon.
Yeah, let's see. I have something to bring up later in our discussion, but right now, one simple question that occurred to me listening to the discussion, and this would be artwork for the telecom cabinets. I do agree. Having something to dress them up does make a substantial difference. And if we're being forced, again, what is the theme of the evening? We're being forced to do a lot of things many of us may not want to do, and a lot of our public may want to do, but we have to do them. So we have to find what good we can and make the most of it. And I noticed, I like the fact that we call out art for telephone cabs, but I noticed it only just mentions that they may participate in public art projects. Now, I think that's a good thing, and I fully support it, and I think some good can come from it, but it doesn't really force them to go out and create a public art project. It just seems like it's hoping that there's one going at the same time that we can steer them to. I wonder if it would be good for us as a city to actually have some of our own designs for artwork prepared ahead of time and ready to use, just like we do if we have plans for lighting standards we use, fencing we use, any number of things. This isn't going away. And what made me think of this was some of the nice artwork we saw for wrapping on utility boxes during the wayfaring program. Pretty easy to manufacture now. If we could include something, I'm asking if we include something that could say that we could ask them to use either city supplied art or participate in public art projects. And the city supplied art could be neighborhood specific. We could certainly, once we come up with trial artwork, take it through a public process, whether that's at meetings or simple online, like we've done with various design things, just see what the public likes. This could be a good thing, actually, to help us call out some of our neighborhoods, the different parts of Cotati. So I just want to put this out there. I recognize it's more work for staff. Yay. I've seen staff smile at me. But as long as we just put the call out for it in there right now, we don't have any projects in front of us right now. There's plenty of time to start looking into getting some designs that are Cotati specific, and then go through at least a medium public process, letting the public look at it and make sure we called it right, that they like them, and they fit their neighborhoods and area. And then we would have these on file, and if somebody wants to put a box in, we could say, fine, you're wrapping it with, here's a mix of designs you can use in this neighborhood. Please distribute them equally. Is there any problem in that, perhaps, that staff sees at any level? I'll ask Joel or Damien if anything jumps out as problematic with that.
I've seen other cities do have programs, so it's something that is possible. I mean, other cities are doing this kind of thing where they have active programs where people do submit art and it does go through a process, and the cities there are active programs in cities in California have these programs that it sounds like you're describing.
I think there's a lot of flexibility and there's a lot of ways this could be done. I guess in general, I'm just asking and suggesting that perhaps we proactively have something ready that fits our town, rather than hope that there's an art project going on at one of the schools or something, or a local artist that wants to get involved that we can tie into this. Because otherwise, I suspect it won't happen. This way, I know it will.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Lamb, I don't see any reason why we can't include that if there is city supplied art that they participate, in addition to the existing language that says participate in any programs. So it gives us an option of one or the other, depending on what state we're in for our art availability. Yeah.
And depending how many boxes they have to cover, it may be both. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want to get rid of the public art. That might even be a better thing if it's available, but I'd like to have that for us too, if the council agrees. I would like to see that one sentence added to also have the use of either city art or public art projects. Thank you for the answers. That's helpful.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks, did you have your hand up or did it get resolved?
I think I'll save it for discussion. I realize it was better for later.
Okay. And I don't have any questions at this point. I would rather we underground them at this point. I mean, if there's Senior Planner Galbraith indicated that the city doesn't have the authority to require that, but in essence, they do, don't they? Under the entitlement?
Mayor, I'll start, and then someone else can jump in if they have anything to add. But they don't come in through an entitlement process, right? They'd be coming in under the franchise agreement. This basically, telecom companies have a statewide franchise, and so there's a state franchise agreement that they operate under in all the cities in the state. So there are, I think there are some limits, you know, to what we can ask for. But I believe, like, for example, there's some legislation that was on the governor's desk. Senator Dodd had sponsored it, and I don't know if it's signed yet, but probably likely signed it. It basically said that that cities can charge, you know, reasonable fees and can apply reasonable aesthetic standards. But I imagine that's going to be, you know, tested out in court in the not too distant future. But it was to encourage the deployment of high-speed internet and cell sites. So it's, you know, so I guess I'm just saying that we do have some latitude, but that's not endless. We can't just make them put everything underground. It has to be reasonable.
Thank you.
I could just briefly comment that the state law gives the companies a right to be in the public right of way, and the city has the ability to impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. When agencies propose undergrounding requirements for small cells, the companies often threaten to sue, and negotiations ensue, and typically a reasonable arrangement is worked out, but they've been very aggressive about challenging undergrounding requirements.
Thank you. Okay, we don't have any further questions at this point. I would open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Neil Hancock, go ahead.
Unmute. I've unmuted.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, Council, for this discussion. Just to be clear, I was on the first Planning Commission that heard the description about the neighborhood spaces, but I wasn't on the second. The concept of a safe as a backyard street, the Winerf, is a new part of the facility, and I would like to, or a new part of the objective design standard, and I would like to comment and support that. So I mean, within the city, we basically have this idea of how to have better pedestrian and also play spaces and how to make them safer. And I think this concept is fleshing that out for private properties. And the core of it, of course, is how not to waste space for vehicles that need access within private properties, and that the city doesn't require this extra space for vehicles to travel within private properties to get to parking spaces. And so the Winerf as a living street, I think, is a great definition. It certainly was new for me when I heard about it. The concept safe as a backyard, I think, should be applied to it. And when we look at those pictures and look at this definition, I think we should be saying, really, would parents be comfortable with their kids playing out there? Would a vehicle, a delivery vehicle, be able to come speeding down the street in some form? So I'd like to suggest in the definition that's being put out there that there also be a clear speed limit that the design should be to. Right now, it says shared use space designed equally for pedestrians, bicycles, and recreational usages that may allow automobiles and other vehicles with special paving and a curbless design integrated with trees, seating, and other landscaped elements. And I'd just like to suggest that maybe it should incorporate may allow slow moving vehicles, less than 5 miles an hour. So that the emphasis is on some speed, low speed element within that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock.
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. I'll bring it back to the council. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, VUNRFs. The one interesting thing about this is I like the concept. I hope we have many of them in Cotati in the future, and I'm going to argue for that tonight. And maybe by then we'll even have an agreed upon way of pronouncing them. I just don't know about that last part, though. That seems to be the biggest challenge. I do think they're great ideas. I think it's really an inexpensive way to make not only a better project for Cotatians, but better places to live. And I think that's clear just from looking at some of the pictures. Some are better than others, but they all make sense. And so I want to give staff a big thumbs up for this because it actually was, in a small way, inspirational, something new that I think we could take to heart here in Cotati. Of course, there's always a caveat. The one concern I still continue to have as related to by right housing is using VUNRFs as part of the open space calculation. Now I say this because every developer every development rather, will have some sort of private internal roadway, driveway, so developers have to build those. Now, when we give a list of potential items to use for the much needed public and private open space for the people living in these denser developments, it's natural that a developer is going to look, what is the least expensive for me? Is it a lot of property for a big green area? Is it building decks or front porches or patios? It's a VUNRF or a VUNRF, however you say it, it's that. Because they're already building the street. They're already putting asphalt down. Okay, we knock some curbs out, we stamp it, we make it nicer, we put some trees, some signage, a few benches. I'm not saying that there's no cost at all, but it is an incredibly minimal cost compared to those other things. And with that, our citizens will lose good open space in essence for a driveway. A very nice driveway and a much better driveway, but still a driveway. So I want to suggest again, we keep and support the idea of VUNRFs. In fact, we require them, but we disallow them and don't make them part of our open space calculations. I say that we should use VUNRFs for all by right projects in Cotati, as well as our traditional projects going forward. It just makes sense. It's cost effective. It provides a super value. And this way we don't lessen our open space for our public unnecessarily. I'll close by saying, you know, you heard me earlier a few months ago when we first talked about this. I would have been happy to push for more open space for the residents in these, and perhaps rightly, many of you talked me out of that, pointing out the problems, the costs, how sufficient, what staff had put forward. So I'm not asking for extra open space tonight. What I'm asking is that we try to prevent developers from using VUNRFs as the inexpensive way to avoid paying for that clean, green, private and public space that our citizens should have. So that's a suggestion I'm going to make for this tonight. I will ask my colleagues if they'll support that, and we can have some discussion and see where it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. Well, I was going to talk about lighting, but I'll address the question that Councilmember Lehman brought up about VUNRFs. I don't think that I support right now the idea of requiring them without counting them towards the open space, because we have the more things we require, the higher the price tag will eventually go up on the units. And so I'm not sure that having a VUNRF is a high enough priority for me to want to require it, knowing that that will increase the ultimate price of the units. I think that if it's done well, a VUNRF could be, and I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, I'm trying, but I think that it could be a very usable space for the people who live there. I love that picture we saw with people out actually enjoying and using the space. I can think of other developments that do have sort of shared green, open lawn space that doesn't really get used that much. So I wouldn't want to assume that just because it's a road, sort of a shared roadway, that it wouldn't be a meaningful, useful space for the people there. So I'm willing to be talked out of that, but just my first my first reaction is I sort of like the idea of allowing developers to count it towards the open space if it's done in the right way. And I would support the suggestion that was made by Commissioner Hancock to require a 5 mile per hour or less speed limit. The thing that I originally raised my hand about was the lighting, and I wanted to thank staff very much for adding in that lighting language. I think that was great. There was one thing that I was wanting to make an adjustment to, which is the low pressure sodium as a suggestion for what type of light fixture should be used. I know that it's getting harder to, some manufacturers are sort of phasing out sodium lamps. They're not very attractive. They're kind of monochromatic, and there are warm light LED alternatives that are that are energy efficient and provide more of a broad spectrum of wavelengths, so it looks a lot more natural than the sodium lamps. So I would propose, and I kind of want to see how everyone else feels about this, but I would propose adjusting that. I like everything else in the section, but just the low pressure sodium, adjusting that to say shall be warm light with a correlated color temperature of less than 3000 Kelvin for lights that would remain on all night, and less than 4000 Kelvin for lights that are on a timer or a motion sensor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Could I just ask Councilmember Sparks for a quick clarification? So that, so you're proposing just removing the reference to high pressure sodium, and you're not adding a reference to LED. You're just specifying temperature.
Yeah, I think the LED, what we're getting at with LEDs is that they're energy efficient, and we already had a term saying energy efficient lights. Okay. So, but I'd be open to adding LEDs in there as well.
Thanks. So I'm comfortable with that change in the lighting requirement. So I would be fine with that. So I want to go back to the VNRF, or however you pronounce it, issue. So first of all, I'd like to say that VNRFs that are not used for private auto, so for instance, spaces that are designed for emergency vehicle access and are most of the time limited to pedestrian and bicycle, I think those definitely should count towards the open space requirement. So, and I'd be curious if Vice Mayor Landman objects to that piece of it, but I think the bigger issue is driveways. Can we count driveways towards? And one of the, I'm sort of on the fence about this. I can see Vice Mayor Landman's point. I don't want slightly fancied up driveways to mean that people don't get any green space. And so one of our discussion points last time was the fact that these by right affordable housing places don't have to provide any parking if they're within half mile of public transit. And I looked up the code, and it does not say major public transit. It says any bus stop. So so that means basically no project in the city that wants to use this objective design criteria can be required to provide on-site parking. If I remember that right, and Director House or Senior Planner Galbraith can correct me, but that's my recollection. And so I would love to see that. That's one reason why I'm slightly leaning towards being able to count some fraction of the non-parking VNRF space toward the open space requirement. I'm completely open to it being something other than 50%, but I'm just nervous about the no on-site parking requirement piece of that, and hoping that this might provide a little incentive to provide some on-site parking. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Yeah, I hear what Councilman Ford's saying. I actually, when I was thinking about this earlier, I did, rather than just spring it unbeknownst on the general public tonight, I actually spent some time talking with staff about this, because I wanted to make sure then that I wasn't asking for the world. And Laura too, I wanted to make sure, get a sense of the cost, if this was reasonable. My basic take was it was. And in that discussion, one of the things that popped up was the same question that you just brought forward, Ben. What about an area that's just for emergency access and maybe public walking? And as we talked about it and started thinking about most of the places we've seen where we have that, just about every single one is going to be part of or connected to, or in fact lead to, either the private driveway or private street that's part of this. So conceptually, I agree. I would agree and was comfortable with it. But in practice, actually, we don't need to give that away because it's already there. All of these, I believe, are going to connect. Now, another good thing that you brought up, because I was curious too, about the density bonus laws that relates to major transit stops. And I looked it up, and this is the beauty of the internet. You can ask the same question and get a lot of different answers. But what I found, I'll read, and then maybe staff can tell us, one of the two is true. I did, Ben, seem to remember this from SCTA, that there were some limitations. And forgive me, this is a paragraph, but I'll read it. AB 1763 amended density bonus law to allow for larger density bonuses if the project meets certain criteria, including that it may be entitled to density bonus if the site is located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop. That's one of them. There were a few others, but as far as transit stop, it defines it. It says a major transit stop consists of a rail station. We do have that. A ferry terminal served by either bus or rail transit. Well, unless we get a lot of rain this winter, I don't think we have to worry about that. Or the intersection of 2 more major bus routes with a frequency of service interval of 15 minutes or less. And unfortunately, I know most of our bus routes don't meet that. So I do think this is a potential for buildings right over by the train station, but for everywhere else, actually, we are, I believe we're safe from that. But I'd love to hear what staff says. And finally, since I have the floor for a second, I hear the concern from Councilmember Sparks about costs for developers and this undercutting them. And that's one of the reasons I did some research and why I reached out to staff, frankly, too, because I knew they had a better sense of that. Because that was my concern. Is this a big ask? Now, sometimes we do big asks, and that's okay. Sometimes you should. But the final consensus I kind of heard was that, well, it is an additional cost, but it's not a deal breaker. It's minor because they're already building this infrastructure. In essence, all we're asking to do is, as Ben said, pretty them up. And, you know, all the things we ask for, even if they're small, like lighting, for example, probably smaller, it does cost extra, but we do these things because they're better. So realistically, I would just say, and perhaps if staff has experience that might think this could be problematic, I'd like to hear it. I don't see this as a deal breaker, which is why I had some comfort putting it forward. But I do see it as something that could be, however you pronounce it, that could be very good for Cotati. I just want to make sure that we don't use it. It's not used to limit the amount of good open space that people should have, that we all already agreed to. We all did agree to that amount of open space. I think we just want to make sure it's actually open space and not, and I love that term, prettified driveway.
This is Director Hausch. I was just chiming on the question. So the answer is you're both correct. AB 1763 does have that major transit stop language. However, SB 35 does not. And so one of the things that I think is important for the council to consider is right now, you know, we're talking about those specific regulations. However, I think it's been pretty clearly demonstrated that the legislature is going to continue to churn out housing regulations that push all local jurisdictions to streamline their residential development processes and likely to make residential more and more by right. And so regardless of the individual circumstances of these two bills, which you are both correct, one says major transit stop, one says public transit flat, that's just the context that we're living in today. And the goal of staff, when we have this discussion internally, is to write these with a look to the future, regardless of what type of by right process gets pushed down from the state legislature onto us. Because as we pointed out, we're responding to mandates that we have to deal with right now. And there's a lot of uncertainty with regards to where those mandates are going to go into the future.
So it is a possibility this is still up in the air and undefined. I wonder, while we're asking staff to weigh in, if Mr. House or Mr. Obid would be happy to comment on if this sounds like this is a huge and onerous cost for developers, or from the developer perspective, at least, a fairly moderate one. To make Wooners basically part of any project we do in Cotati.
Yeah, I'm not in a good position to comment on that just because it's a relatively new concept. I do think if you're having to build a parking lot or a drive aisle or an EVA, adding these features generally is going to be relatively minor costs. But again, it depends on the size, right? Like, because everything's scalable. So if you have to put in a long drive aisle already and then it's additional 10 or 20%, then that's one thing. But if you're doing a small infill project and your drive aisle or your EVA is relatively small, then that's a bigger chunk of the overall project budget to make those changes. I don't know if City Manager Obid wants to add to it.
Yeah, I was just going to add that if you assume, if the assumption is that there's already going to be a drive aisle created because the project needs a drive aisle. So, if you have a curb, gutter, and asphalt driveway, if you just take out the curb and gutter and basically lay it flat and stamp it like stamped asphalt, which is one of the allowed treatments, it probably costs a little more, but I don't think it's a giant difference in cost. At least that's my sense.
Well, that's the comment I wanted to make. And while I have the mic open, I'll just close by saying, because I forgot to mention earlier, I agree with Mr. Hancock's suggestion too. I think having some sort of speed limit, 5 miles an hour, sounds fine to me. I'm open to discussion. Is a good idea to include whatever we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Thanks. On the speed limit issue, I agree with Neil's notion of inserting some speed limit into the language. I don't know if you've ever tried to drive 5 miles an hour, but that is incredibly slow. That's so slow that nobody will pay attention to it. So I would propose something that we've done this experiment in the parking lot here, and 8 miles an hour is what is both, it's not 5 or 10, so it actually stands out as something different and people notice. And it's slow enough that you can stop when somebody comes out from behind a car quickly. We've done this experiment a lot because we worry about kids in our parking lot. So I would propose 8 miles an hour. That's a small issue, and I'm happy to let staff figure that out, or I don't know. So on the back to the issue of how we handle burn-offs and access ways. There are examples in town of spaces that are exclusively for, like around Windmill Farms, there's an emergency access road that is not a public driveway. So those spaces do exist. They're used as play spaces when there aren't fire trucks on them, which is all the time. So I think those are reasonable uses. I'm not sure that it's required to even mention them in the code because it's just an open space that happens to have a road base under it, so it can support a fire truck most likely. So I'm not sure that it even has to be mentioned in the criteria. So I still worry about, because it's the by right, the SB 35 by right legislation that is governing this, and that's the one that says shall not impose parking standards if the project is within 1/2 mile of public transit, period. So we can't impose parking standards for any of these projects through these criteria, is my understanding of my reading of that. And so if we make providing parking even more expensive by requiring that the access roads all be, I don't know, 10% more expensive, I'm just worried about the marginal effects of reducing the likelihood of providing on-site parking. And if you advertise a 2-bedroom apartment for $100 less per month than other projects in town, people are going to rent it and they're going to find some place to put their car, even if you don't provide the parking space. So I'm just worried about that effect. Thanks.
Councilmember Harvey.
I think Mr. Bacher has something to say, probably relevant to the conversation.
I do, but it had to do with the speed limits. And my understanding is that these VRNFs are all on private property. And I'm not sure the police department enforces on private property unless it has permission, and probably even then doesn't do any speed limit enforcement on private property. So that might be something you want to consider, but that doesn't mean you couldn't ask the applicant or the property owner to put up a sign that indicates that, a speed 8 mile per hour speed limit is required on this property. There may not be any enforcement, but at least that would be a signal to folks to, not drive 25 in this particular location. It is the case, Damien, that these VRNFs for the most part will be, well, always will be private property, correct?
Yeah, that's the intent. It wouldn't be a public road. It would be a private, like drive aisle or parking area.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take the easy ones first. I'm okay with the lighting request that was asked for. I'm okay with asking that the speed limit be reduced, however we have to do that. And the VRNFs, however we say that. I just think that when we look at some of the developments that we have that have like these little alleys and things, they're not very attractive, and there really aren't outdoor space, but they could be using this methodology. They could be used by all these different modes if they are put in. So I do like the concept of asking that they be put in, especially, as pointed out, we're going to be doing these developments by right. So we're not going to get we will get no say other than these standards to say what folks can do. And I think that they get pretty creative in costs on how these do it. What we're not asking for is, in the example of the picture where cars aren't allowed and only emergency vehicles, we're allowing that they be more like the picture where there were people sitting outside with benches and kids playing and some cars parked and things like that, to make them more available to people. So I do think that it would make some of these, what are now just alleyways, look more attractive and be utilized by the folks in the developments. And I agree with Councilmember Ford's concern about parking. I just think that in the example that was put up here, a lot of the areas that we have that this is going to be applicable to is down in Santero. And as most of you know that have been on the council for any length of time, Santero Way is constantly complaining to us about parking. So I think we're going to have to be pretty careful because we already have a problem there, and we will have a bigger problem, it sounds like. So hopefully that answers everyone's questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
I just want to say I'm becoming convinced that I could see our way to a requirement for new developments. I'm not sure exactly which new developments this would apply to. It's not just the by right ones, because this is the open space requirements are applying across the board, that private parking access drives meet certain design criteria that make them multi-use. That seems like a wise, I'm agreeing with Vice Mayor Lehman, that seems like a wise direction to move. I still would like to find some fraction of those in these by right projects that would, some fraction that would count towards the open space requirements, because because of that concern about disincentivizing parking, on-site parking production by those projects. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you know, I keep thinking about this, and it strikes me regarding parking. It is a valid concern, but I keep thinking they still have to build the interior street to access the project. We don't allow people to park in front. So all of these projects are going to have some sort of private driveway or private roadway that serves them. They have to build it, I think. I'm not an engineer, but it strikes me they're all going to have that. And you think of our projects lately, they generally do on the inside, away from the busier streets. And if they have to build that street, there's automatically going to be some space for parking on it. They have to be able to drive cars to get in there, right? That's probably going to be access to, if they build any driveways or any garages, that'll be access. And even if they don't, people still will probably have to drive cars into there. We're not talking about having places where you can't park out front and you can't park inside either. So if you're building a road, you're going to get some parking. Now, is it enough? As much, for example, as Santero as we'd like to see? No. But will it be enough for the projects, most of them? I think so. And more to the point, even if we were to try and encourage them, we won't force you to build a WRNF, but we want you to do it. It's not going to create any extra parking beyond what they automatically get when they do the project, because they have to build that roadway. And that's why they're going to make that roadway, if we give them the option, every single dime, they're going to use it as much as they can as a calculation to take away from paying for the expensive real open space, because they're already building it. So it's a giveaway on our part in one sense. But as much as I agree to the concern about parking, and it is valid, I think we still, the minimal amount that these WRNFs provide, we still get, because they have to build the road. So with that, I hope we can see our way to doing that, because I think it does provide that value.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I'm continuing to think and evolve in my thinking on this. One thing that's occurring to me as a concern, if we were to just require that these driveway access or interior drive roads be WRNFs, I'm thinking of some of the other developments we have in Cotati where there's a private road that sort of goes around the exterior of the units. And I'm envisioning a developer potentially meeting this requirement by just taking a road that's not in a place where people are really going to congregate and just putting decorative stamped tiles on it and a couple benches and calling it a WRNF. And in that case, it would, drive up the cost marginally without really any real benefit. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we can, one of the factors in the pictures we saw was that the drive really went through very close to the units. It wasn't sort of going around the exterior of the whole project. So does staff know of any way we could word that to make sure developers aren't just making a road around the outside and putting fancy tiles on it and calling it a WRNF?
Yeah, council member, I think what we could add that would be pretty easy to add is it would only count as a WRNF if there's a unit, like a front door of a unit facing the WRNF like you saw in the photos. So it's not the back of a building, it's the front doors are facing it. Something like that we could add.
I think that might be a good idea, because if we're going to require it, then I think it shouldn't be surprising if someone tries to do the bare minimum to make it count, right?
Councilmember Ford.
Propose something more like within a certain number of feet of a residential unit. Like back door versus front door isn't a meaningful thing to me. Kids go out their back door to play all the time, so I don't see a reason to differentiate front versus back. But within a certain number of feet of a residential unit or something like that would make sense to me as when you have to make it a WRNF. It seems to me like there might be issues here too with the main entry road. If your project's on East Cotati, we probably don't want the first 50 feet off of East Cotati to be stamped and inviting kids to play there, right? There's got to be some level of how do you distinguish between the areas that really are appropriate for WRNF and the road that feeds 100 parking spaces versus the one that feeds 5 parking spaces or something like that. So I don't have the right language here, but it feels to me like that's something that staff could fine tune between, because this is a public hearing, so it could add before we actually vote on the final language, if I'm remembering the process right.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
Yeah, I'm open to that language being changed. I'm trying to think of it in terms of, say, on East Cotati, we have that area by the health club, and they have those alleyways, and they're just paved alleyways. How nice that would have been if that would have been enough to be able to kind of encourage people to be out in the back of those units there. So that's sort of what I'm envisioning that this will look like in some of these projects, rather than a sterile alley, because that's what they end up looking like. So it's to try and add a little bit more character to it and encourage folks to kind of mingle.
Vice Mayor Lyman.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. Listening to the discussion, I think I'd like to give the mayor a chance actually to speak, because we've been going back and forth repeatedly. But just for the sake of discussion, Lisa, I want to crystallize it and see if this is something that might get most of us happy. So what I've heard so far is there seems to be agreement on a speed limit. And the rather unusual number 8, we kind of like that. Maybe it's a Cotati thing. I kind of like that. I dig it. I think there's a general agreement on night sky friendly lights. That might not be the appropriate definition, but as described in Councilmember Sparks' requests. And on the issue of Vernus, I still would like to push that forward. And what I'm hearing, at least, to make that amenable would be a few different things. Number one, that they be required to face the front or back, and/or have a certain percentage of feet. And that might be something that staff could define, but something that makes sure there's just a real connection in use for the people that live there, because I think Councilmember Sparks hit it. If we don't, if we allow them to turn this into the lowest common denominator, to take the easy way out, we'll do it. And that's why I thought Vernus are a good thing. We should just require them and not allow them to be used potentially in less than good ways. And lastly, also to add to that, a very good point, a requirement for a safe feathering distance, whatever staff might determine that to be, depending on the traffic level of the facing street that's leading into the Vernus. And and if I'm missing any other amendments, let me know. But with that, I would move the item with those 3 additions to it, subject to more discussion and hearing from the mayor, of course.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks, do you have something new to add to that, or?
Well, yes, I just wanted to revisit what Councilmember Ford had asked about earlier in terms of the 25% requirement for indoor open space, because I don't think we discussed that. I would be in favor of saying that indoor community space that is not offices, it's actual real community space, could be used to meet up to 25%, the way that Councilmember Ford had talked about it. And just because we hadn't discussed that, I wondered what everyone else thought about it.
I was going to bring that back for clarification on that. Thank you very much. I have a hard time with saying indoor recreation space is open space. I mean, I really do, to me. But I'd be willing to offer that concession, that a maximum of the open space attributable to the project would be allowed within a recreation area indoors. Would that suffice, Ben, on something along those lines?
Yeah, I missed what was the beginning of the sentence?
That a maximum of 25% of the open space allocation would be attributable to indoor recreation.
Yeah, or maybe met through indoor
Right.
recreation space. Yeah.
Community recreation space.
Yeah, that's what I was, that
Okay.
was sort of my memory of what we were thinking last time. And I'm happy if it's a lower percentage too, because that could potentially 25% is already a ton of indoor space. So it could even be 15% of the requirement can be met through indoor space.
As I would imagine, as a developer, and if you're trying to create as many units as you can within there and affordable units, you're not going to be going hog wild on the open community recreation space indoors. I can't imagine that would happen. So that would, I think, I don't know if that would help clarify that, Councilmember Sparks.
Yes, I think that would be a good change because I think it would actually make sure that the less of the total can be met with indoor. You know, if we're counting it as 25% of whatever you do indoors counts, then somebody could potentially build a first story that has community room and no housing and just use that first story as their entirety of their open space if it's big enough. So the change we're making would prevent something like that.
Yeah. I am open to the lighting suggestions. I think that's great if we go with the LED or something a little bit more energy efficient than the sodium. I do support the idea of the mandated vernifs. I don't think that those should be counted toward open space. You know, unless you envision a project where you have a vernif and you're going to have 10 basketball poles set up there. You know, that might be used in that regard as an open space, but I don't think that it should be considered open space. I think open space should be open space and not necessarily lawn, but just open and available. So I think on most things, we have some direction back to the staff, unless there's something else that we need to consider on there.
Through the mayor, if I could, I'd actually tossed a motion out, didn't get a second, got a few amendments to it. So if I could read it back and see if this pleases the council. I'll start at the top that we just added. So
No,
this
can't.
would be allowing.
Yes, you
This
can.
would
Go
be,
ahead.
this would be allowing 15%, I believe, was the number that Councilmember Ford put forward for indoor recreation to be counted against that required outdoor space. Was that correct?
Yes, allowing indoor space to meet 15% of the requirement.
Very good. And then as we previously discussed, that speed limit of 8 miles per hour, the question of lights and requiring vernifs for both by right and going forward for our traditional construction, not part of the open space thing, but as a requirement. Also including that language requiring that they face either the front or back door or a certain percentage of distance away in such a manner that will ensure that this is part of the community and not some adjunctive space that's not truly accessible or useful. And then also language that will describe a requirement for a safe feathering distance. We'll let staff define that, depend on the speed limit of the road that accesses the new vernif, but a safe feathering distance to ensure that cars have a chance to slow, recognize the entrance to the vernif, and adjust their speed appropriately. And I think that's all of it. With that, I'll put that out as a motion and see if there's a second.
I would second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Mayor, before you vote on the motion, I like to ask staff to clear. Is the motion to introduce the ordinance with those proposed changes tonight? Is that the motion maker's intention? Or were you giving direction to staff to bring back a revised draft and introduce it at the next meeting?
I think we had enough clarity from the council, and I trust staff to be able to follow those guidelines, to be able to introduce the motion tonight and make those decisions on their own. If any of my colleagues would be more comfortable, who would prefer to see it come back so we can see the actual language, or staff would prefer it to do it that way, I'm certainly open to that. But the intention was to do the introduction tonight.
Yeah, and my only concern, I think most of the amendments that were suggested are simple text changes that are pretty clear from the nature of the motion. The requirement, the vernif requirement, though, is the original version of the ordinance didn't have a vernif requirement. And your motion also included having the VRNF requirement apply to other projects, the non-by right projects. And I just, maybe staff could comment on whether they think it's possible for us tonight to implement the VRNF requirement language. I know we could strike out the VRNF counting towards the open space requirement. That would be an easy fix that we could easily implement, but I'm not sure about the VRNF requirement being introduced tonight.
I mentioned the VRNF requirement for traditional construction going forward as well, because one concern staff brought forward, particularly in light of the push behind by right construction, is if we have anything that's dissimilar, if we are in any way providing a harder edge to our by right developers, then that would be problematic.
Correct.
And I also suggested it just to show that that's a direction I think we should go, because it's one of those rare things that come along. It's a great idea. It's relatively inexpensive, and everybody should just do it. Having said that, I mentioned that just to show that's our direction. I think we should, as a council, if legally it would be better to strike that particular sentence and just have this relate to by right for tonight, could certainly do that too.
Staff was discussing this possibility earlier, and one of the challenges is that the VRNF idea is proposed as a part of the open space requirement, which the ordinance also fixes a problem in the current zoning code, that the open space criteria are unclear and frankly inconsistent across all the different districts. If VRNFs are not going to count as a part of the open space, then essentially we have to find a different location for this requirement to live, and it may be the parking lot standards actually. Because
would it not be don't we have some standards for roads that serve communities, these private lanes and drives?
We absolutely do, but there's no portion of this ordinance that's proposed to amend those areas of the code. That's the
right, Mr. Mayor. That was my point, is that this ordinance wasn't really designed to implement the requirement. We could draft one, but it's going to require some drafting efforts. So I think maybe the easiest way, we've taken your direction, we've heard your direction, and we can bring back something to implement that at a later date if that's your direction, but maybe we couldn't introduce it tonight. I just don't think we have it drafted. Do you agree with that, Noah?
I agree. If it doesn't live in the open space, then it wasn't a part of the ordinance that's been considered through the process. And if it's going to amend a different portion of the code, it's a whole different animal from the legal standpoint of what the ordinance was intended to do.
But we could strike out the indication that VRNF would count towards the open space and come back at a later date with the VRNF requirement that would apply both here in the by right and also to other residential districts. And
so
maybe
tonight
even
be removing the VRNF requirement, and I guess I would imagine any description of them from the document, and then coming back in the future with the requirement for VRNFs for by right and traditional constructing. Do I understand you correctly?
That's correct. And it would probably live in the parking lot design standards or private road standards.
I kind of know what I wanted to do. I'm hearing what the council wanted to do, but I'm also, when I have my attorney and my planning director saying we can't do it tonight, we probably shouldn't do it tonight. I would be satisfied to amend my motion then to move it forward with everything I listed, save I will change the part regarding VRNFs as to simply strike mentions of VRNFs from this and remove them as part of the consideration for open space calculations, and direct staff to come back in the future with an agenda piece to make VRNFs live where they appropriately should live for both our by right construction and our traditional construction.
And I will accept that as the seconder of the motion.
Sorry, just to interrupt real quick to make sure I understand. So with regard to VRNF, the VRNF language would stay, but the percent credit towards open space would be stricken, that sentence? Is that?
My understanding.
Yeah. I was going to say
for Mr. Bacher, go ahead.
Yeah, I think almost, and Noah can help me if I'm if I may have this wrong, but I think all references to Vernus can be eliminated from this draft of the ordinance. We will end up taking that definition that was in this draft and probably implement it in the future version of the zoning ordinance changes that will be coming back in the future.
I would agree with that, except we may choose to leave the definition in the definition portion of the code, just because one of the things that I actually want to give Senior Planner Galbraith full credit for bringing the VERNIF idea. He travels extensively across the entire world prior to the kind of current situations we're all in, which is probably why he agreed to come work for us for a year. But he was inspired by what he's seen in other places and saw that the ability to have this kind of unique feature would benefit Cotati, and I absolutely agreed with them. And so I just want to give him full credit for bringing this conversation. And frankly, it's starting to catch on. As Mr. Hancock pointed out to me at the Planning Commission meeting, City of Arcata just required a very similar thing to what the City Council is talking about doing across the entire city. And so I think this is a trend that we're going to see, and probably we're being a little bit of a trendsetter in Sonoma County. So I like the idea of leaving the definition. So then as we have projects, we have a cottage housing project kicking the tires right now. We have a multifamily project about to submit. I'd like to float this idea to them to start to consider implementing and having that live in the code right now, because I don't have a timeline for when we're going to be able to bring back the standards into the future.
Well, as a mover, I hate to amend things multiple times, but I will say one thing we share is everybody so far I've heard tonight is enthusiastic with the idea and does fully support it. So I would be happy to leave the definition in exactly for the purposes you've listed. I will ask you, I recognize timelines are difficult, but I'd rather hear you'll work to bring that as soon as you comfortably can, and not that you're unsure of the future timeline of seeing it, because I do think it's an area of interest. Besides, sounds like we've already been beat by Arcata. You don't want to let a bunch of other cities beat us down. Come on.
And I accept those changes.
So we have a quasi motion on the floor and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you'd be kind enough to give us a roll call on that.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. House, can we bring that back October 12th? So we don't forget about that? You laughed. That was a serious question.
I'm sure it was. That's not likely to happen, but we will put that on the list of the what's becoming kind of a laundry list of potential priorities for staff to work on in the coming months for our discussion to have with the council to help prioritize our efforts to finish out the rest of the fiscal year.
26th.
You can work with City Manager Obed on that schedule.
Yeah, we'll work to bring it back as soon as we can, for sure. I mean, I definitely would like to not wait for too long, because this conversation becomes, farther from everyone's mind. It's better to try to do it sooner rather than later, but I don't have a date yet.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to rehash that.
Can I clarify, Mayor Moore? Are you asking about bringing back the design standards or the VERNIF?
The VERNIF.
Okay.
Yeah, just the VERNIF.
I think we're trying to shorten the
fast.
time frame on that, Ben, because it sounded like it might go incredibly long. I forget what the term was that you used, Mr. House, when you were describing Arcata and other people moving towards this, that this is becoming something of kind of a neat thing to do. But I'd hate to see us, since we're there, I'd hate to see us be in the forefront. I'd hate to see us wind up at the back. So with that, I appreciate the effort and sorry to complicate things.
Okay, thank you very much for that heated VERNIF discussion. Okay, so now we'll move on to the regular agenda and item 11A and the Aloha Beach Volleyball Club license. This would be Ms. Wilson on this.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So Ashley Wilson, Recreation Manager, will be taking the presentation on this, and I believe we also have the prospective licensee on the line as well for if there's any questions. Ashley, go ahead.
Thank you, and aloha, Mayor and council members. So as you all know, the city owns, operates, and maintains Vets Memorial Park, or Veterans Memorial Park off of Old Redwood Highway in Cotati, which includes a sand volleyball court. And in the time that I've been here for the last 6 years, the court has been used periodically, but not regularly or very often. In the summer of 2020, right in the middle of when the COVID pandemic was hitting, Daryl Capis, who is on our call with us tonight, he was approached by parents that were looking for something active, fun, and healthy for their children to do outdoors while other activities were closed or limited, such as in-person school, gyms, indoor recreation facilities, everything that was shut down. He has a a lot of experience coaching beach volleyball already, so they knew that about him. And he began coaching youth beach volleyball for a few at Vets Park at the sand court there. And as word spread, his group quickly gained popularity with more and more kids wanting to join, and it grew to over 50 participants. So then with that popularity, he founded the Aloha Beach Volleyball Club, which is the first and currently only youth beach volleyball club that we have here in Sonoma County. They've been unofficially using the sand court at the Vets Park and one in Sebastopol, which those are the only two courts that he's found are safe enough to play in Sonoma County for his participants. So as they've grown, they're a lot more official now. They're looking for a home court and main area for their practice and games, and they like the central location of Cotati and the easy access to it right off of Old Redwood Highway here, and easy to get to from 101 and 116. It's kind of it's in the hub. They have requested to enter into an agreement with us, the city of Cotati, for official use of the Vets Memorial Park sand court, which would give them priority use, not exclusive, just priority. And they are the only group that has, so Aloha Beach Volleyball Club is the only group that has requested to enter into a license agreement with us, which would grant them ongoing non-exclusive use of the sand volleyball court at Vets Memorial Park, which is the only court we have here in Cotati. Under the agreement, it would be utilized with youth ages 11 through 17, with most of the participants coming from Sonoma County. The proposal would be to enter into a 1-year agreement with Aloha Beach Volleyball, with the option for extensions if requested after that year is up by Aloha Beach Volleyball Club and approved by the city. Consistent with other license agreements that we currently use, which we've done in the past with Cal Ripken Baseball and Little League, we would give them non-exclusive use in exchange for a really nominal fee, and assuming maintenance responsibilities of the facility. So the maintenance responsibility would be just of the volleyball court area and immediate surrounding area that any volleyball interaction would happen in or activity would happen in. So not the other side of the park or the facility, the building there, or the bathrooms, but the court itself and the netting that is used. There's highway netting to protect balls from going into the roadway, and then of course the volleyball net itself. The agreement is expected to be beneficial to the community, as it would be used by youth. It would be used with a youth recreational sport and reduce city maintenance costs to the volleyball court portion of the park. There would be an anticipated amount of 60 youth participants with the current enrollment that they have. And it's continuing to grow in popularity, as I've heard and seen in the recreation world. But there's limited sand volleyball courts in Sonoma County. So people are calling, asking about there's people in other cities wanting to create new courts, and they're asking us about how we do it. So I expect that this will continue to grow. It's also just been recently announced that the California Interscholastic Foundation that governs high school sports has made girls beach volleyball a CIF sanctioned sport, which will start in 2022. So I only see this in the numbers that Aloha Beach Volleyball has continue to increase over time. And we would also make sure that we have insurance and indemnification from the from Aloha Beach Volleyball Club. I've been working with Daryl and the club to develop a draft license agreement for a potential 1-year term, and that would include them basically assuming they would be the main user of the court, but they would not be exclusive. So other people would still be, other groups and people would still have access to it. They would just have priority during the times that they have their practices and games, which would be planned out in advance. And in trade for that, they would be the ones that would take over the main maintenance of that space. The city would still maintain irrigation and other park facilities that are not included in the volleyball space. And it does bring more visitation to the park and facilities and Cotati in general from people in Sonoma County and outside. And so what staff is recommending is that the city council adopt a motion authorizing the city manager to execute a 1-year extendable license agreement between the city of Cotati and Aloha Beach Volleyball Club for use of the Veterans Memorial Park Sand Volleyball Court. With that, I am happy to answer any questions. I also have Daryl Capes, the CEO of Aloha Beach Volleyball Club here, if you have any questions that are specific to his program or that he could answer better than me.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I'll bring it back to the council if there's any questions or concerns. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. And thank you, Ashley, for the presentation. I'm wondering, does the license agreement have any provisions for posting on site the times when the court will be occupied or reserved? I don't want somebody planning their birthday party there and getting kicked out halfway through by the school because they're having a practice.
The agreement includes like the city staff being familiar with the schedule, like that they would, that the club would need to give us access to it prior to, like, after they make it, basically. But we can add in something to make it so that the public can also find out where to see it if they're like there one day and then they want to find out, I would like to come back this weekend and play, but I don't know if it's going to be used or not. So we've talked about that after this was already submitted, that we could ask Aloha Beach Volleyball to provide some sort of public viewing of what their schedule is.
Yeah, thanks. I would really encourage that, given that people are not used to having somebody come in and kick them out. So yes. I think that's a situation we really want to avoid. Second question is priority but not exclusive. Are there any limits in the license agreement about how many hours a week that might be? Like growing popularity, you know, let's say we go from 60 to 600 participants and that's 10 hours a day. The neighbors might not be thrilled with that. And other people who, I live fairly near it, and while it's not used a significant proportion of the time, there have been groups that have weekly games there. I haven't seen them recently, so they're probably not still operating, but it has been at times used regularly. So I'm just curious about whether there's kind of how that priority but not exclusive looks and whether there are any limitations.
There's not any limit to how many hours they can be scheduled there, but our park hours are only during daylight hours, so it wouldn't go into the evening, nighttime, dark hours. And also all of the participants are, well, I am making an assumption here, but they're all school age, so they're going to be there during after school hours and weekend hours and break hours, school break hours. But there's not a number defined that they cannot, you know, have more than 20 hours a week or something like that in there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you know, and Councilmember Ford, I'd also add to that the part of the thinking was that the license would be initially for 1 year. And also there's provisions to end it or, to end it early if things do get out of hand. But I think the initial thinking is that won't be the case. But we do have some safety valves if necessary in the license agreement.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, two questions. One, a simple one. Is this a for-profit enterprise? Number one.
Is a business, yes, a private business.
Okay. I assume that. I wasn't seeing it spelled out exactly, so I wanted to confirm that to make sure I wasn't making an assumption. So I kind of going in the same direction the Councilmember Ford did. That the problems or concerns, rather, I had would be with any existing regular users, because I do know over the years, not often, but often weekends, various times, there are groups that do use that and have for years. And I do know, I've noticed, we walk that area pretty regularly because that's what you do during a pandemic. You go out and walk a lot. And we've seen them there often. It's a great thing. I'd like to support it, but they're there at least in the afternoon when we're out with the dog, somewhere between 1:30 and 3:30 quite often. And I'm concerned how this works to make sure that other longstanding users aren't locked out by letting a for-profit enterprise use the park. So I'm not sure, but I'd like to know how often are they there and how do we make sure that existing users who've used this in the past aren't essentially blocked by them filling all space. I like the idea of making sure the public knows their hours. I think that's a necessity. I think the city could design some signage, and if we approve this, I think ALOA could certainly get it printed and provided. And I'd like to hear a little bit of what our early end provisions might be in case this does become problematic.
Yeah, the agreement has an option for either party to basically end it with, I believe, 30 days notice.
Okay.
So
that's good protection. So how often are they there right now? And what is their expectation of what hours a day and how many days a week will they be using it? That would be helpful for me to know.
That's probably a good question for Mr. Capus, just because he's the one leading the play right now.
Well, anyway, I would be curious about that, and I would be curious hearing how we work out making sure that existing people get to use it still, even though I think that shouldn't be too problematic. I share concerns about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go through the council members' questions, and I'll bring Mr. Capus in to answer some questions.
Sounds good.
So I've got Councilmember Harvey next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple questions. Some of them have already been addressed. First, just a process question. Were the neighbors notified of this? Because there's a whole string of neighbors that basically this is in their front yard. So were they notified that this was coming before us?
They were not. I mean, not known other than our normal posting of the meeting.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that could be a little problematic considering, again, it's right in their front yard. And there was some mention of providing the city with contact information should there be any issues. It sounded like, Ashley, you would be notified, and there was also a number for Aloha Club. My question is, can the contact information be provided to those neighbors so that in case there is any kind of issue that it can be addressed readily?
Yeah,
being a good neighbor.
I don't have any issue with having that posted on the site.
Okay. And then lastly, I've been by on at least one occasion recently where it appears that there was a large event with multiple tents. I didn't go in there and see what was being sold and that kind of stuff. And my question is, when there are specific events, does that require anything special where you have like vendors and things like that?
So it depends on where that is. If it's in the park location, so on the grass, any of the grass area, and it's anything being sold or any sort of large event that's, you know, more than just a small gathering, yes, that is a park permit that is required. If what you saw happened, it was probably not permitted. And unfortunately, sometimes that does happen without our knowledge, and we don't find out about it till it's on the weekend and already happening.
Right.
However, if it's in if it's currently in the actual vets building, which I don't think they're renting out right now still, or the parking lot, that's actually that's county owned space.
No, this was what I observed was adjacent to the court itself. There were, you know, maybe 4 or 5 easy ups with something happening under them. And I just want to be sure if it's an event that the group is aware that that's something different than what you're covering in this agreement, correct?
That would be a different permit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Those are my questions right now.
And Councilmember Harvey too, I think I know which event you're referring to, because I saw it kind of after the fact as well. I related it all to the volleyball use. It was some other user for like a birthday party or a wedding reception or something.
Oh no, they were playing volleyball. It was a volleyball thing.
Okay, maybe
the one I saw, yeah, there was, yeah. But I just want to be clear with this group that if they're going to have an event, that's above and beyond this agreement, or we need to change the agreement, you know, either way. I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yeah, they've never had an event like that. I've had that conversation with them, so I know it wasn't them, but that's easy to communicate with them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question regarded the $1 agreement fee. We've just gone through the process of revising all of our city fees to try to recoup more of the actual costs of providing some of these services. And my question is just, will there be staff time associated with sort of administering the schedule, posting that up, running interference with the neighbors, all these sorts of things that we're discussing tonight, that really ought to be defrayed by that fee somehow. If it was a nonprofit organization, I think I'd feel comfortable with the $1 fee, but as it's a for-profit company, if there is, it seems like a lot of staff time has gone into this already. So if there's some costs associated with that, I'm wondering if a slightly higher fee might be more appropriate.
I can take that, Councilmember Sparks. So we, being as we have not that many fields that get this type of agreement in Cotati, this is actually the first one we've come across that's for a for-profit group, and we didn't establish those fees when we did our fee study, and so this is a perfect reason why we will do just the 1 year as like a sample, like a trial, and then we can reevaluate those fees after the year ends. And if we want to continue, we can look at either saying, hey, we spent this much time there, we need to start recovering some of those costs, or it didn't work, or this is fine. So that's why we wanted the short agreement for now.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
Thank you. And now I have a couple questions for Mr. Capis. Daryl, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Is there a reason why you're for-profit versus nonprofit?
You know, this whole situation kind of grew completely naturally. And when I wanted to make it an official business, I went the for-profit route because it was the quickest way to establish this business and to kind of be on the up and up with everything. I have talked with an attorney who is helping us about us going nonprofit, but was told that that whole process would take 9 months to a year. And I've been told to kind of hold here for a while before I make that decision.
Okay. Do you anticipate having tournaments there?
I run what we call our in-house tournaments, but it's just with the kids in our clubs. And we never have any more than 10 kids participating at one time. And that has only been on Saturday mornings. And some parents watch and a lot of parents just go home. But you know, we're usually running it from 9 until 1 o'clock. But that's the extent of the tournament. It's not a big event, no easy up tents, we're not selling anything, no food, no nothing. It's the kids play and the parents bring their beach chair and sit and watch and go home.
Thank you. And then my only other concern, Ashley, is when we were talking about the availability of the court to other folks. I wonder if we would be able to put a percentage of use on there, i.e. No more than 50% of the time available, you know, to the club versus public, or 60-40 or whatever would be an appropriate level. That way it might also limit the intrusion upon the neighbors there. So I don't know if the remaining council thinks that that's something that we should explore on that, because otherwise, if we don't put a restrictions like that in it now, then it's going to go forward with a year with really no restrictions. So, Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if we could find out from Daryl what the answer to that earlier question of what, you know, how many hours per week are they using it? Are they planning to use it this year, and so on?
Can you still hear me, Councilman?
Yes. Yes.
So basically, right now we're using the court from 3:45 to 5:30, Monday through Thursday. So most of the day it's not being used at all. And then on Saturdays, sometimes it's every Saturday, sometimes it's every other Saturday. We kind of use it from like 9 to 1. And then on Sundays, sometimes use from like 9 until 12. And so since we're dealing with a lot of kids, it's usually after school time that we're using it. In regards to your question about other groups using it, I have made friends with all the adult groups that have used that court and have built extremely good relationships with them, and all of them have my phone number, and they quite often call me and ask me if we're using the court, and I tell them very nicely yes or very nicely no that we're not using it. So I've become like the great communicator of the volleyball community that uses that court. And they've been really good with me. They have seen how much work maintenance we have put into the sand volleyball court. I've rototilled the court twice now. We rake it daily, which is nothing that no other group does to make the court nice. We are constantly picking out all the redwood branches that blow down and raking the court, and we're picking up all the garbage that other groups leave, including beer cans and Rockstar drinks and all that, to always leave the park looking nicer than when we got there. So I think we've built a really good relationship with all those people who use the court. And we actually do have our schedule posted on our website. And I've told people if anytime, all you have to do is look at our website and it is up there. But I will be glad to share that with the city for them to have it. But it has been publicly put out there already.
Thank you. And if there are no further questions at this point, I will open it up for public comment and then bring it back to the council.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight, please use your raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment. Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you. So I'll bring this back to the council. Daryl, the only thing I had a concern of when you said that other groups might be using it. So if you're using it until 12 or 12:30 on a Saturday, there's really nothing to preclude the beach volleyball club from Sebastopol from coming over here, or maybe not Sebastopol, but Petaluma.
Well, if you're talking little kids volleyball, there is no other clubs. We're the only club in the entire North Bay.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the council for any further direction on this. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Actually, I believe Councilmember Ford had his hand up a bit before me.
Councilmember Ford.
But I'm happy to wait, but I'll go. So I'm in general supportive of granting the contract. I would like to see a requirement that either an actual schedule or at least a notice to a website to check for the reserved schedule be posted at the court by the applicant. I'm okay if it's just a link, maybe a QR code and a web address to go to see the reserved schedule. But even better would be, a weekly posted schedule. The other thing I'd support adding is some limit on the number of hours that can be reserved by the school. The hours that the applicant listed add up to about 17 hours, and I would want to know from the applicant if a 25-hour limit on the number of hours a week that the school can reserve use would cause him any particular hardships. That seems like enough flexibility to give him.
Yeah, I think during this time when kids are in school, that's not a problem at all. As we went through summer, we were probably using it more, and maybe that can be something that's discussed at a later point. But right now, when kids are in school, I'm very limited in what we can do. So, and that's why we're trying to look for a future home for our club in Katati, Roner Park, somewhere in this area that we could build something that would be better than, just something that would be able to hold more people during those times that we use it. So if anybody in the council has any suggestions on where we could put more sand volleyball courts in the city of Katati, I am all ears and have been looking since last October.
Thanks. Yeah, sorry, Mayor Moore, I shouldn't have asked a question directly to the applicant, but so I guess my proposal is that we put a cap on reservable hours in the contract of 25 hours September through May and 35 hours June through August. And I just want to make sure that the neighborhood park aspect of the park remains. I don't want it to be fully turned over to a private enterprise. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Yeah, I think Mr. Ford and I have the same concerns in this. I am troubled. I like the idea. I like what's happening there. I've enjoyed it every time I've walked by, but I'm really concerned essentially subsidizing a for-profit agency and making a public benefit that should be available to all the taxpayers not available. There's a tension there. And that's really kind of bothering me a little bit. I really didn't hear a clear, other than some general, we're all friends and we talk on the phone. I didn't hear anything how we resolve if other groups want to use this, who should be able to. Can I ask staff very quickly, is this exclusive or non-exclusive? What happens if maybe Aloha's planning to practice between 3:45 and 5:30 on a weekday, but if somebody's there already playing, what happens? Are they supposed to leave? Could somebody answer that for me?
Yeah, it is non-exclusive, to clear that up. So they don't have exclusive rights. But I'm hoping that with posting of the schedule that would be avoided. And if it were any other organized sport, that they would know to get a permit for that. If it's just
So that does kind of make it an exclusive use then, as soon as we put that permit up, really, or the schedule up, doesn't it?
Well, but,
you know,
Vice Mayor Lamb, I'll add though too, that, that whenever any user reserves a park, they have the priority over anybody else that just is hanging out there already there. Whether it's a license agreement or some other reservation.
I thought I understood if we reserve place at the park that there's no reservation, that you have to be down there first thing in the morning to save your tables, because it doesn't. But regardless, I'm open to trying to find a way to make this work. But I will say, there are aspects of this that I'm glad this is a short-term thing to see how it works, and I'm hoping it works out. I'm fine with the afternoon usage, roughly 3:30 to 5:30, Monday through Thursday. The weekends, we're giving each morning to a for-profit group. I would prefer that to not be on the schedule myself. And I think it's, if they want to be there, they better be first and have that, or arrange it with everybody else. I'd like to see that. I would like to see a schedule there. QR code is great, but I think it should also actually have the hours written for everybody, and contact information for who to contact if there's any questions or concerns. If we can do those things, I could vote for this. I think the protections for this are adequate, and the time is, we can see if we can make this work for all parties involved. I mean, I haven't even really heard, other than one neighbor who was rather vocal and didn't like the idea of this terribly much, although he liked volleyball. I haven't heard from anybody that lives there, so I don't know if this is something that makes them smile, they look out the window, or they're unhappy. So yeah, if we can have a schedule, and if we can leave the weekends first come, first serve, and the schedule for the weekday, maybe that's something. I like the idea of the limit too, that Mr. Ford put forward. I could certainly live with those. That seems to address some of the concerns we both had.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like those suggestions. I, previous life, had to help set up a nonprofit. I can commiserate with what Daryl is saying about how long it takes to do that. I'm encouraged that it sounds like that he wants to take it in the nonprofit direction. So good luck with doing that. I do know that it takes a really long time to get that set up. I still would like to see some notification done to the neighbors. I think it's great that we put up a sign there and contacts, but I would like that outreach, whether it's us that do it or the Aloha Volleyball Club, which would be even better, would do that with those immediate, I think there's like 5 houses, adjoining where they're at, just as a good neighbor outreach. Because I think that this is great that we're looking to do this, but I want to be cognizant that they're really doing volleyball in someone's front yard. So that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. With the question about weekends, I understand the need to be able to plan for a weekend event, but I also am troubled by the idea that potentially every weekend morning could be in use, which is when residents might want to use the court. So maybe a middle ground would be to allow use, as you said, as Daryl said, sometimes it's every other Saturday. So perhaps maybe a limit of every other weekend, and at least every other weekend would need to be kept free for the public, something like that. I would be supportive of. And then, Mr. Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question to Councilmember Harvey?
Sure.
Did you want to have that notification happen and then bring this back later, or were you thinking we could act on this tonight and then have that notification be a requirement of acting on this tonight?
My thought is that it's unfortunate that we didn't notify people beforehand. That's done, that's in the past. But I would like, if this gets approved tonight, that outreach is done so folks know that this has occurred, so they're not surprised. And they have contact information to be able to get hold of someone if they have any issues. Hopefully there will be none, but you never know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Daryl, I do have a clarifying question. When you were talking about weekends, were you talking about Saturday and Sunday morning or just Saturday?
As the program has changed, it's varied. We used to not do anything on Sundays, and it was every other weekend during the summer. But now that we have such limited times that we can work with these kids, then we've kind of upped our time on the weekends, not like length of day, but we've added in Sundays to do stuff in the mornings. So after 9 o'clock, we usually go there. We've never run into any groups in terms of conflicts. If there was ever issue and I knew that I didn't have priority of the court, I never kicked anybody off the court or told anybody to leave. I did always understand it was kind of a first come, first serve basis. So I would just tell kids and parents that we don't have the court. So, but we have used it more on Sundays now that school has been in session, but only in the mornings.
So Councilmember Sparks, if we were to look at approving something like this, would you be comfortable saying, okay, maybe not every other weekend, but limiting it to nothing beyond 1 o'clock on a Saturday and Sunday? That would allow potential other folks to use that.
I'm sort of uncomfortable with it being totally reserved by them for every single weekend morning.
We do allow for that in Little League and soccer, things like that. So that's not an uncommon practice, especially during a season.
Sure. Well, I would feel more comfortable, as Councilmember Landman said, about not having it be first come, first serve on at least some weekends, so that, if someone wants to have a kid's birthday party with volleyball involved on a weekend, it's possible to do that. Whereas if it's taken up every single weekend, it's not possible to schedule around.
Through the mayor, if I might.
Certainly.
Yeah, Mayor Moore, one question for Mr. Kappas, I'll send through you. We didn't hear back from him. He did indicate when he was sharing his schedule, weekdays, generally Monday through Thursday, and that Saturday and Sunday were some weekends, yes, some weekends, no, kind of. I'd like to hear from him if every other weekend might actually be workable, because then I could live with a schedule if the schedule was weekdays, Monday through Thursday, 3:30, 3:45, whatever, to 5:30, and then Saturdays, first and third weekends of the month, 9 to 1 and 9 to 12, something like that. But that would mean there's some weekends where it's completely free. Even if nobody shows up to use it, it's there. And that would have a schedule that we could put out. So I'd be curious if that's not workable, then we're back to trying to figure it out. But if that works for Mr. Kappas, maybe that works for, I think, most of the concerns I've heard here tonight.
I think for me, to be honest, it's going to be a challenge, because very soon here I'm going to run out of daylight that I can even do anything at the park. I do know that sunset is at 4:50, and that soon is approaching, where we will be done doing any volleyball stuff by 5:10 p.m. when we get to daylight savings. I mean, I would like to have the ability to continue to do stuff in the mornings. On the
And you're
weekend,
unable to start earlier in the afternoons, Mr. Kappas?
No, I can't, because I'm dealing with school-age children.
Right.
And there's no lights there. So I really have limited times I can work with any kids, which leaves all the rest of the days from 8 in the morning until 3:30 every day open to the public. And that's a lot of hours.
It is, but we were concerned about the weekends. And remember, it's not just a member of the public using this a lot. You're a for-profit institution. That is a little different to my mind, at least from Little League.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I feel like that there's a little too much trying to micromanage at this kind of level, and I would be more comfortable with a number of reservable hours limit. Like I said, I live pretty close to the park, and I walk by and bike by quite a bit, and I get the idea that somebody might want to have a weekend morning birthday party in November out there. It's pretty unlikely, and I never see anybody out there in the morning. So I'm worried we're creating sort of a scenario that will, take opportunities away from kids to play volleyball in order to save the park so the grass can grow by itself better. And I know that there's always a possibility of a conflict. I think having a posted schedule and an hour limit would take care of it enough for me.
Well, if that's a motion, I suppose I could second it. I'm not sure if this will or not, but what I'm reminded of is we only have a 1-year trial on this, and either party can end this, I believe, with 1 month's notice. So I think this is the encouragement, work with the neighbors, work with other groups. If everybody's happy, we're happy, and this is a great thing. And so I believe your motion, Mr. Ford, was just a general limit on hours. What did you say, 25 September, and then 35 during summer?
Right.
And that's kind of a budget to work within? And we can take it and see how we go.
I'll
And
propose
perhaps
that
if we
as a
get
motion.
bad feedback from the public, then we can revisit it. Not a bad suggestion. I think it's a good idea. Yeah.
So is that a second to Mr. Ford's, Councilmember Ford's motion?
An incredibly long and meandering second, yes.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you take a roll call, please.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Capus. I appreciate it, and good luck with that. And keep in mind, if it becomes an issue, we may bring you back, but hopefully it won't, and the kids will have fun.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate your time on this, and I'm hoping to be a beacon of light to the community in terms of sand volleyball there at Veterans Park. So thank you again for your time on this matter.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ashley, for that information and presentation. Okay, it is 9:20. I am going to declare a bio break for 9 minutes, and we'll return back. It's 9:21. We'll return back at 9:30. So we'll be in recess for 9 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all for that indulgence. We just have another minute. Resume. And I love how they put it up there as a recess. That's nice. I want to go out and run around the yard.
Go run into the corner.
There you go.
Play a game of volleyball real quick.
Right. Okay, so we are back. Thank you all. And now we can move on to regular agenda item 11B, adoption of the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So I will keep this as brief as possible because you've already seen it a couple times. And we also have Bart Spencer with Tetra Tech here as well in case there are any questions. But basically, since you all last saw it, the plan went out for public circulation. It was finalized and sent to FEMA and Cal OES. They both reviewed and approved the plan. So it's back to us with what they call APA, which is approved pending, I think, authorization, I think is what that means. Anyway, it's basically the final step in the FEMA Cal OES process where the local jurisdiction approves the plan that's been approved by FEMA and Cal OES. And then, and so specifically what the council is being asked to approve tonight is volume 1 of the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, which is just a countywide plan. So this multi-jurisdictional plan is 2 volumes. The first volume is sort of everything about the county, kind of countywide plan. What's physically attached to the report is the Cotati Annex within volume 2. And then there's a bunch of attachment information, the appendices to volume 2. So it's those 3 things that are proposed for adoption tonight. And I would be happy to answer any questions if you all have any. Thanks.
Thank you. At this point, I'll open up to the council. I do not see any hands raised, so I'm assuming that we're all okay with the existing proposal. Okay. And with that, I will open it up to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight, please use your raised hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment. Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you. With that and no further discussions, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we adopt a resolution approving Volume 1 of the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, and 2, the Cotati Annex within Volume 2, and 3, the appendices of Volume 2.
And I'd be happy to second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, Ms. Burgess. If you would take roll call, please.
Councilmember Harvey?
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman?
Yes.
Mayor Moore?
Yes, thank you very much. And I am guessing that that is a record on an item that we have discussed on a city council. So thank you all. And with that, we'll move on to our city manager's report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So, well, first off, I will say that I did, sort of in this continuing new format, I did record a video message of this afternoon, and so we'll post it tomorrow after. And I promise it'll be less boring than the last one. I couldn't even watch the whole thing; it was so boring. So anyway, this will be a little bit more entertaining. So emergency updates. Just a reminder that we have the mobile COVID testing site at Old Redwood Highway 116 at the parking right there. It's on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 7 to 7. And appointments are highly recommended, as we found out. And so that's continuing. the information for that's on our website for if people want to sign up for an appointment. Also, just some news in general about COVID is Sonoma County hospitalizations are substantially down, so that's good news. Santa Rosa Memorial, these are ICU patients. ICU Memorial is 25, Sutter 3, Petaluma Valley Hospital 4, and Kaiser at 5. And those that are in the ICU, and this is reported by the County Health Department, those that are in the ICU are unvaccinated and have a median age of 40s, in the 40s somewhere. So it's a pretty consistent trend that people that end up in the ICU are unvaccinated, and it seems like they tend to be in the 40s, at least in this county. The county is currently waiting on advice at the national level regarding vaccinating children. So there's been some movement in approving the vaccines for children's ages 5 to 11, and that's, I think that's pending. There's a good likelihood that the vaccines for this age group will be approved before the holiday season. So it'd be good to get everyone vaccinated before they're running around indoors in crowded environments. So that would be good. And Santa would appreciate it too, I'm sure. So just coincidentally, after our high-low siren drill, there was a fire in Pengrove on September 21st, and we had our cars down there using the high-low sirens to help evacuate. So unfortunate for them, but fortunately the fire was quickly contained. But we were down there assisting with evacuations. On the drought, we are still currently meeting our 20%, actually exceeding our 20% water use reduction requirement. So good job, everyone, and keep it up. And there's information on our website regarding that. The West Side Street project is underway. So they're out there potholing right now. They're basically verifying utility depths so that when they grind up the road, they don't hit utilities, because that's usually a bad thing. And then they're gonna, so after they finish potholing, then they're gonna start with like curb ramps, the concrete work, that type of thing, and then we'll come in with the grinder. So look for more there soon. Also with tonight's consent calendar item, we officially have our housing element consultants, well, almost under contract, but very shortly under contract. And we are currently planning to bring, basically at our next council meeting on the 12th, bring the planning commission here as well. And so we're going to have the plan is to have a joint session and get some background and introduction on the housing element and kick off that process. So look for that at the next council meeting. The bike and ped master plan update is underway, and there's information on our website about that also. And on recreation, we have a bunch of classes, including soccer, Zumba, Aikido, children's theater productions, and there's a lot of other types of programs that people can find on our recreation page. This Wednesday, so tomorrow, is our last farmers market of the season from 4:30 to 7:30 at La Plaza Park. And the Katati Music Fest is back. So that's going to be in the Plaza Park Saturday, October 9th from 12 to 4 p.m. It's a free event with lots of live music and fun. So come on down for that if that interests you. And then for Halloween on October 31st, we're currently actively planning Katati Candyland again. So we're going to have downtown businesses in the surrounding areas participating in a downtown candy sort of trick-or-treat route. And that's going to be from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. So it's really targeting the youngsters that usually parents don't really want out at night that much anyway. So it was really actually successful last year. So we're doing it again this year. And it's free to all, and we'll have more details on that soon. And for any information on any of this stuff, you can find it on our webpage or the Facebook and Instagram pages. Also, I will say that for this update and also the video update, we're going to be posting the actual update with all the links to all the information on the website. And, that way, anyone can find anything that I talked about in my manager's report tonight on the website, and they can click to the link to go right to where the information is. So. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Obid. I'm not seeing any questions, hands raised.
Mine-
So.
Mine's up, Mayor Moore. Just real quick, Damien, our testing vendor isn't the one that the county is currently warning against, are they? Is it?
I don't believe so. I mean, as far as I know, they're out there actively testing under contract with the county.
Well, so is the one that they're warning us not to use. So we're.
Oh, do you remember do you recall the name of it? The vendor?
No. Anybody know?
I'm pretty sure it's not the same one because I saw that article and it wasn't the name.
Okay.
I wouldn't swear to it, but I'm 90% sure it's not.
I imagine that's true. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Obid. And now we'll move on to City Council member reports. Councilmember Harvey.
Just a couple of quick things. On 9/16, we had the Waste Management Agency meeting. And the important thing to note out of that is we are starting to look at batteries and look at some producer responsibility there with that. And in the interim, there was some folks from Recology on the line, and they said that they are going to start countywide taking batteries with the garbage. They already do that in Windsor, but they are going to be doing it countywide. They're going to put some guidelines out in their newsletter because they're concerned there have been quite a few fires within California caused by batteries. So we'll get some instructions about covering up, in particular, like the 9-volt batteries to put tape on the ends, and any of the flat little button batteries to tape those. So some kind of helpful tips on that, but that'll at least get us started moving in the direction. It's really pretty expensive. Last year, just as an example, the Waste Management Agency spent $40,000 getting rid of the batteries in our county. So it is a big issue. So we will start working on that. I attended and I'll let Laura, I hope Laura, I can't see Laura right this second. We had our first community conversation. It was, as Marjorie said, it was really very well attended, but Laura took home all of the notes and stuff and she's typing them up, but I'll let her kind of talk a little bit more about that. But it was very well attended and we had a nice mix of folks. So that was nice. And it's our first little baby step, and we'll keep moving forward and report back. I also attended the Cal Cities conference, 9/22 to 9/24. It was a very, from conferences past, it was pretty low key. There was not nearly as many people there, but really good sessions. I went to sessions on equity and inclusion, a bunch of those. I went to some on one on the census. I went to one on drought. So lots of really good sessions. I have the handouts if anyone is interested, but it was pretty good. And people were so happy to be able to actually physically see one another again. It was a fully masked event and you had to have been vaccinated to go, but it was really well attended. And again, people were so happy to actually be able to participate. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just a quick update from Ledge Committee on Friday, the 17th. We got together to kind of survey the wreckage of this year and see where we're at with the various bills. And as always, some highlights and lowlights. Some things are good for us potentially. Some things are not as good. But about 3 things I wanted to quickly mention. Assembly Bill 14 and Senate Bill 4 both passed, and they both deal with pushing towards building broadband infrastructure, a much needed thing in many surrounding areas, and particularly even in our county, in many areas. So I think there could be some good value in us for that. So that was a win. as the city manager discussed earlier, Senate Bill 556 by Senator Bill Dodd. That was on the governor's desk then. I believe it has been signed. That was the telecom bill that Cal Cities opposed, that the legislative committee opposed, but Senator Dodd pushed it, passed it. And that's why those boxers are going out there and we don't get to say no to them. I will point out, we discussed earlier requiring art on the boxes. It occurs to me we could very cheaply have our local graphics vendor downtown create some stickers that say, brought to you by Senator Bill Dodd, and put them on every telecom box perhaps, but that might be in politics, so perhaps we won't do that. And lastly, I want to mention Assembly Bill 215. There were some concerns. This was creating a mid-cycle review of ARENA with state oversight, I believe, a new board basically that would be doing mid-year review. This was opposed rather strongly. Unfortunately, it was amended. But what did come out of it is now it does allow HCD to enforce actions for 3 years after approving or denying a project, when it used to be just 30 days. So that has some potential concerns, but perhaps it's better than it could have been. So I think that those were the things that jumped at me as mostly applying to what we're looking at right now. Obviously, SB 9 and 10 did pass, and we'll see what goes on with those two as we continue to discuss the concerns of providing housing in a town that wants to be small and how to deal with parking in problem areas. But that's where we're at this year.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lamond. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on what Susan had to say about our ad hoc committee meeting on diversity and equity and inclusion on Saturday. I just want to give so much credit to Susan because she organized and proposed the format that we would use during that, and it worked really, really well. And I got so many good comments from participants afterwards and writing to me after, just saying how it was a lovely way to do the event, and which just worked really well. So we did get a lot of good feedback, and I also want to give credit to everyone on the council who sort of articulated that we should really focus on the goal that the city set and sort of frame it as wanting to find ways to advance that goal. There was a hunger for that within the people who were there. They were really enthusiastic about that. Our meeting that goal and had a lot of good ideas. So we're going to be digesting that. And one of the points of feedback that we got was that we really needed to go into communities of color and speak to them where they're at. And we already had plans to do that, but we're going to be working on visiting some churches and HOAs and things like that and trying to get some good outreach going. So those are our next steps. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford, I'm assuming you don't have anything at the moment. Okay, thank you very much.
Nothing to report.
Okay, I wouldn't want to jump out of line here. I did also attend the Cal Cities conference. Of course, they now have the new logo, Cal Cities, instead of League of California Cities. And I did attend some wonderful sessions, as well as the inclusion and diversity. There was another session I thought was extremely interesting, and that was on funding unfunded liability and talking about some of the things that we are actually looking at right now. And one of the examples was a successful program set up in Yountville, which is only 1 square mile versus our 2.5, I think. But they've had a very successful program with that and have been able to fund a lot of their unfunded liability through the 115 trust, I believe it is. But that was very informative and good there. Regarding the resolutions or the votes that I was assigned to participate in, the number one, the online sales tax equity measure was sent back to the city managers committee to vet out a little bit more. Needless to say, that was a little controversial. Of course, the cities that have distribution hubs right there don't want any changes. And then, of course, the other smaller cities are like on the receiving end of that distribution want to continue to get some of the sales tax. So I guess they're gonna let the city manager committee of the Cal cities vet that out a little bit more. The security of railroad property maintenance did pass. And it's gonna be up to the cities to help with that, and those areas that are, as Councilmember Ford referenced previously, that have encampments and unhoused folks will be now directed by the city, so they won't be able to do anything until the city has a position on where they may be placed. So that's good in that regard. And then the final one was the bylaws changes, and that passed. That passed by, I think there was 340 voting delegates, and it passed by 282. So bylaws on that. I did attend the accordion festival last weekend as a volunteer. I pray to whomever that it's not a super spreader event, but it looked like there was fairly decent participation, not as big as previously, but I think they had greater online sales for those diehards that wanted to make sure that they could go with the limited capacity, but it seemed to be very successful. And I think that's it for now on the council members' reports. Oh, one other thing is our upcoming mayors and council members meetings, which I think is going to be the last one for the year on October 14th. Is that correct, Mr. Obed? I think it's, yeah, I think it's the 14th. So we'll keep you apprised.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll keep you apprised and updated on the invitations for that. So, okay, so now let's move on to public comment on non-action agenda items.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you very much. And do we have any information received after the agenda was posted?
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. And now we will move to a closed session. This would be on employee organization, Katati Employees Association. So we will go into closed session. I believe you guys have the other Zoom link from city manager. And then after that, we'll come back out and report out regarding closed session. So I will see you momentarily. Thank you. So we are all back out of closed session at 10:03, and I do not have anything to report out. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting and bid you all a fun evening and catch you next time.
Good night, Mayor Moore.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night.